Right, hello everyone, welcome to the show, Anglo Gang 38, live, high energy, beginning to the show. Woo, I'm pumped, yay, whoa, it's Sunday, we're here every Sunday, 7 o'clock, we got Mercian, we got Tharium, and we're going to be talking about the news, laid back, chit chat, blowing off steam, pub talk, and that's it. What do you think of this random video? What do you think of it? What about this? My father once when he in the 70s, or maybe it was the 60s, I forget, but he once wanted to travel to India, and he got with a couple of his mates. I won't tell you the whole story, but with a couple of his mates, they got a bus and they drove through the Middle East. They drove all the way through Europe, and then into Turkey, through the Middle East, up into Afghanistan, and the bus broke down in Afghanistan because they were going over the mountains and it just couldn't hack it. So they never made it to India. But the point being that back in the old days, the Soviet Union was the enemy and the Middle East was just kind of chilled out. You know, it's just people sitting around the place, smoking opium. And I mean, you can see the pictures. Now, obviously, they're Muslims, and historically, Muslims have been incredibly violent, and that seed of destruction is always there. But it comes and it goes, and they were westernizing until all the wars kicked off, until the Soviet Union fell and the neocons just took over, and America just became Israel first, and all of this carnage just started. And then because people got angry, the fundamentalists rose to the top of society, and now everything's just a bit rubbish, basically.
Well, with the case of Iran, weren't they Zoroastrian? I forget the religion.
Zoroastrians.
Yeah, they're not that Muslim there.
I mean, even today, they're not that Muslim. They're ruled by Muslims.
Yeah, but the
it's
actual
like us, you might argue.
yeah, the actual population in Iran isn't that Muslim, compared to how it acts. You'd think they'll be like everyone, but no.
Yeah, no, they're kind of fed up with it.
I think the real problem, though, was these people learned to read, and that was what really fucked it over. Because previously it was just like the ruling elite that could read in all these countries, so they could just tell people whatever. And they're all corrupt, they're all degenerate, they liked all that stuff, so it wasn't bad for them.
Yeah.
And then the peasants started learning to read, and they sort of picked up the Quran and realized, oh, hang on a second. So they had their Renaissance, and kind of went the opposite way to Christianity.
Yeah, well, Christianity did the similar thing, because we went from the New Testament to the Old Testament. I mean, if you talk to E. Michael Jones about it, he basically. Can you not hear me?
Yeah, it's got the video playing.
Zoroastrians follow the teachings of Zarathustra, known to the Greeks.
I can't hear the video. Oh, sorry, technical problems. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I could hear you.
Okay.
I could hear you, but
we could hear them both. We could hear the video.
I can't hear the video. I couldn't hear the video. I don't know why. Whatever.
This is a professional stream, everybody.
Yeah. Well, people like it because it's authentic. What was I saying? I was trying to say something. What were you talking about? Completely lost my train of thought.
Zoroastrianism? The Renaissance, like the Christian.
Oh, yeah. You talk to Michael Jones about it, and he will basically just say to you that the Protestant movement is Judaizing, essentially, because they're going back to the Old Testament. The Old Testament is the Jewish faith, and the New Testament is Christian faith. Is a very simplistic way of stating it, but if you're going to reject all the Catholic teachings and all the teachings of the church, and you're just going to go back to the Bible, then what you're going to have is a very bloodthirsty version of Christianity, which is kind of what the Protestant faith was for a little while. So yeah, I mean, a similar thing happened briefly, because we did have the whole Puritan like Oliver Cromwell, shut down all Shakespeare, shut all that down.
Ban Christmas.
You've got the Calvinists in Switzerland, just destroying all the idols, right? Just a massive amount of idolatry, just fanatical Christians. Even when I was in Brazil, actually, in Rio, every year they have this huge religious festival where everybody kind of they march along the road in front of Copacabana Street, and so you get all the different religious groups. So you get like your Macumba, kind of like your African people, and you got all these different groups. They're all marching along, and funny enough, the Freemasons are right at the back, which is kind of hilarious. But there was an incident where the because obviously Brazil's Catholic, but they've got a lot of evangelical preaching going on there, and there was an incident where the Protestants attacked the Catholics and smashed their deity of the Virgin Mary, essentially. It's just like, these people are fucking psychotic.
We went through this. Lots of people died already over this. We thought we were past this, but I guess not.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's evangelicals, isn't it? So it's all about Zionism. I mean, I met one of these. This is my first encountering with this, because I was talking to this Christian guy. Really weird experience, because he was a white dude, and we got talking, and he says, "Can't you tell I'm black?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" He says, "Can't you tell I'm black?" And I was like, "What?" And he says, "Yeah, my dad's black." And then I'm like looking at his face, and he kind of like had this weird facial structure, and it's like, "Oh, okay, yeah, white skin, but okay." So he was kind of messed up in the head about that already. But then he started talking about Christianity, and then out of nowhere, he just started just saying, like, Israel belongs to the Jews. Like, Israel belongs to the Jews. And I'm like, there was a lot of emotion behind it, you know. Like, and I was just like, what is this? Where did that come from? Do you know what I mean? It's almost like a button got pressed, and all of a sudden it's like, rah, and it comes out, you know.
I think strange. There was 100 years ago or so, there was I think it mainly took off in the evangelical press in America. There was sort of a retranslation of the Bible by some press who owns it. They basically copy like all the Bible. They're responsible for all the Bibles in America, and they did make it. Bible. That's it, yeah. And they did make it a bit more Jewish. Yeah,
he was a con artist.
Yeah. And it was like proofs like you've got to pledge yourself to I think they sort of like to Israel, and by that originally they meant the church. Just that's what it was meant. But they sort of reinterpreted that as the modern nation state of Israel.
Yeah. Yeah, and all this nonsense about the rapture is all kind of like mixed in there as well. Yeah.
Like that seems weird. Just mad. Like these people are trying to speed run the end of days. So they can see Jesus a bit sooner. Like, oh, come on.
Well, I think the Jews are trying to speed run the end of the days, aren't they? Because they're
and they're nuts.
Yeah, they got their red cow, and they're trying to start a war, and etc. etc. Yeah.
What are the biblical hallmarks of the end of days?
I never really got into it, to be honest with you. I just don't really know.
The red cow, this perfectly red cow, is one of them. South Park took the piss out of that once.
Yeah.
I think there's something about like the whole world needs to turn on the Jews or something.
Yeah.
I see why they're trying to. I did have a feeling like part of me thinks that the whole Gaza stuff was really because India was becoming the most hated nation,
which is probably not the most democratic country. It's 13.
And then
Saudi Arabia.
And then the Israel thought, oh no, that's our position, and so they had to kick everything off.
Wow. Yeah.
It's really bad that the only thing I know about Revelations is that quote in Ghostbusters that Ray Stantz says.
What's that then?
Well, in the scene they talk about the end of the world, and Ray Stantz mentions a Bible verse. He gets the verse wrong, so I know far too much about Ghostbusters, and I think the quote is something like the seas will boil and the sky will be black like satin cloth.
Yeah,
I can't remember. It's really bad. I can't even remember the quote from my favorite film.
Well, there you go. Yeah,
isn't the Mark of the Beast? I think that's part of it too. Where you got to get
Mark of the Beast. You got the Whore of Babylon. comes up. Yeah.
Although that quote that I'm thinking of, doesn't that sound like a lot like global warming as far as the sort of climate catastrophes are concerned?
Yeah, I don't know.
Seas boiling, black skies.
I mean, it could be a volcanic eruption.
I
Yeah,
just
like
think
big volcanoes, like in the big volcanic eruptions in the past, did just make it dark for ages. Really freak people out.
yeah,
Like that one in Iceland a few years ago. You remember that?
Oh yeah, 2010.
Well, isn't the Scream that famous painting from the Victorian age that was painted because the skies all over Europe or all across the world were kind of like red for like a year. I'm pretty sure that was. Let me look that up actually. What was the Scream painting? Let's have a look at this. Yeah, Edvard Munch. I don't know. Anyway, so eruption of Krakatoa. There you go, 1883. Yeah, huge eruption. Yeah, one of the most destructive volcanic events in recorded history. 2 tsunamis, everything. Yeah, everything was just that was in Indonesia. Yeah, so everything. Yeah, dust was everywhere.
Yeah, it just darkens the sky for like a whole year or something.
Yeah. I mean, I remember in India when they were bombing Iraq. I was living in India, and the dust kind of like came over and was making people sick. I know that sounds kind of crazy, but I mean that's what people were saying.
Well, those depleted uranium shells were still all there and stuff. It's not great.
Yeah. But anyway, as far as go on.
You see what those depleted uranium shells do when they hit a target?
No.
They just so they're self-sharpening. So when they hit something, it gets sharper and sharper. That's how they penetrate so far. And also they're incendiary. So they just burst into flame and vaporize everything. Like if you shoot a car with them, just everything in it will be vaporized, or a tank. They're really nasty.
Yeah. Yeah, bad stuff. Yeah, I mean, as far as the apocalypse goes, the way I think about it, because I had an experience with some, I don't want to get because it's a bit personal, but anyway, I met somebody, right? I know somebody who was just very I knew this person for a few years, and for them, everything was always a disaster. And everything was always really like just about to collapse, right? It was everything was like on the verge of collapsing, and they do all kinds of horrendous shit. And you try to call them out on their bullshit, and the response would always be, "I can't talk about it now because this, and this is happening, and everything's just about to all go completely to shit." And blah 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 blah, and that was always their excuse. And I think that this is kind of what just the elites do. Basically, they have this idea of an apocalypse, like just hanging over us, whether it's global warming apocalypse, nuclear apocalypse, peak oil apocalypse, some kind of other environmental apocalypse, economic collapse apocalypse, or just a third world war apocalypse, whatever it is. It's always it's like the sword of Damocles. It's just like hanging over the people of the earth, and it allows them to just get away with shit essentially. Because you ask them about stuff, and they're like, "Oh, we can't, we just can't deal with this right now. We've got to deal with China."
And it's so easy for them with mass communications now, just to push all this crap. Whereas before, I'm in my village. What do I have? All I have to worry about is the weather. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, speaking of which, have you seen that image of that sandwich with the what looks to be like a carbon credit score?
No.
I've got it's a very small image, but I've got a picture of said sandwich container. You make it look at it and make it bigger or something.
I'm sure there was some restaurant in America or something.
Oh, right. Yeah, you posted about this in the
yeah.
in
Well,
the
I
chat,
mean,
yeah.
I don't know
Yeah,
what
I'll
to
try.
make of it, to be honest, because like it's one of those things. So, well, they don't actually mean carbon credits, or or it's just a suggestion of how. So, well, 8.1%
I don't know
of
if people
carbon.
can
I don't
see
know if you
this.
make that bigger at all.
I don't
So,
know. I don't know. Oh, there we go. There, see, that's the genius of Linux. I wouldn't be able to do that on my MacBook, but I hear all I got to do is Control and Plus. And it just does it. Anyway, there you go.
I mean, carbon score for who? Who's
8.1%. What's the percent of?
Yeah.
This is my monthly limit. 8.1% is this sandwich.
Yeah. Well, you say monthly, it could be daily. I mean, you can't really pixelate it, but under that,
it says of your daily diet comment.
Oh,
I can't see. Yeah.
Fuck off! It is daily.
Yeah. So it's rationing. It's a form of rationing, essentially.
Yeah.
You're allowed to use this much carbon. Otherwise, you're a bad guy, and we're just going to eliminate you. But yeah, it's totally psychopathic because obviously human beings are made of carbon, right? So that's the end result of all this, isn't it?
All life is, even plants.
Yeah.
It's, without carbon. Yeah, I mean that's the other thing. Like, oh no, I'd have more sympathy for the climate, crisis people if they focused on something like carbon monoxide, which is no good to anybody. With carbon dioxide, plants live off that.
Yeah.
Also, the levels of carbon dioxide, they're really low. We've been much higher in the world's history. I think we're at like 400 parts per million or something, which is tiny, absolutely tiny. But I think if you get to like 200, all the plants die. So we can't actually drop carbon dioxide levels that much more without all life dying.
Yeah.
To be honest, I hope that starts to happen so we can give a fuck you to all these people. Genuinely, it's doing my head because I've always thought this is sort of like if carbon monoxide is really bad for the environment.
Yeah.
Right. Why aren't they taxing vehicles on carbon monoxide? Why is it carbon dioxide? It's always bothered me.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just going to show you something. This is what red pilled me on this subject matter, where it is a long time. This is like way back in 2007, but there you go. I don't know if you guys have seen this. Makes me feel old talking about this, but I mean, back in 2007, this came out. Directed by Mark. The film denies the scientific consensus about the reality and causes of climate change, and the program was formally criticized by Ofcom, which ruled the film failed to uphold due impartiality. It was taken to court. I don't know if I haven't read this article, so I don't know what it's going to say, but it was taken to court, and they won the court case. I don't know if it's probably doesn't say this in the article. I'm not going to read the article because that would be really boring. But anyway, they got taken to court. They won the court case, but they still got fined anyway because of whatever. Because it's there's no justice. But this is the film that red pilled me on the whole climate change thing, and this is back in 2007. This is really famous back in 2007. But essentially,
I remember it.
You remember it, yeah. But essentially, the point they make is they go to it's either Antarctica or it's the North Pole, and I'm not sure which one, but they dig into the ice and they get the ice out. And so you've got this ice, which is like 10,000 years old. And they say, look, there was more carbon 10,000 years ago in the warm period, right?
Yeah.
And the conclusion they come to, is that the carbon caused the atmosphere to heat up. But what they actually did is they got the cause and effect confused, because actually what happens is the atmosphere heats up and then the carbon increases, specifically because the oceans heat up, so you have more plankton in the oceans, and they produce more carbon, and obviously you've got more plants and more trees and etc. etc. So a warmer atmosphere, you've got more plants, you've got more carbon dioxide, you've got more life, you've got more carbon dioxide. A colder atmosphere, you've got less carbon dioxide. They just confuse the cause and effect, and this whole thing is just this whole ongoing man-made drama and fetish about carbon dioxide is all based on this misconception. And this came out in 2007, 20 years, nearly 20 years ago, and people are still don't get it.
Let me ask you something. Do you remember David Bellamy?
Oh, it rings a bell.
He was he did a lot of nature programs before David Attenborough. You don't see.
Oh, right, they kicked him off. Yeah, right.
Yeah, you know why they kicked him off? Because he went against the whole global warming thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He was a big one.
So the whole cancel culture thing has been going on for a very long time.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a good one.
One of the claims I heard is that if the temperatures increase anymore, then there won't be any more Italian grapes for wine. And it's so long because there's been warm periods like in human history as well, because there was a Roman warm period, which was warmer than today. And the Romans still somehow managed to have all their wine. And then there's also an early medieval warm period. Again, nothing happened. Everything carried on as normal.
Yeah.
And the other part about it, about keeping the climate at a certain... Why is the climate got to be exactly as it was in the 50s?
Forever.
Yeah. It's like... No one disagrees that the climate changes. It's just why do we as humans have to? It's got to be the climate's got to be exactly 1955 for the rest of days. Otherwise, everything will just die.
Yeah.
I mean, if you speak to some of your older relatives, they'll tell you about in the 70s where they thought there was going to be a new ice age.
Yeah, the Great Cooling they called. That's what they started off with, and then that didn't work out, and then so they did the climate, and now it's just climate change. It's no longer global warming; it's climate change. So now any weather event that happens, they could just lie about it and just say, "Oh, look, the weather." The weather it's really hot. It's so hot. We're all going to die. Yeah, it's just retarded.
They did that with the California fires. It was like, oh, this is all climate change. And we find out it's actually just some nutters who set it all.
It's a bunch of anarchists setting fire to shit. Yeah.
They can't wait. It's truly terrifying, and obviously it's all attached to the digital ID, which I think they've just brought in anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Allegedly, it's all voluntary at the moment.
Yeah.
I'll be interested to know how many people have volunteered already and how we deport them people.
Volunteered for what? Sorry.
Digital ID.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, what about the processing power that's going to need all the servers running all the stuff for the digital ID? That doesn't count, though, does it?
No.
Yeah.
No.
And the central bank, the CBDC as well. I mean, Bitcoin, nobody calculated this when they started cryptocurrency, but Bitcoin takes about the same amount of electricity that it takes to run Norway or something like this. I mean, it's insane. It's just like a hugely expensive way of running a currency. It's not sustainable.
One of my favorite pictures is from one of these climate protests, these Just Stop Oil big marches, and they're all camping out like smelly hippies, and they've got a diesel generator running to charge their iPhones.
They've always
pumping away.
Yeah,
they're always like that when these. And as I've said many times, we cannot survive without oil. All of modernity is based around it.
Yeah,
pharmaceuticals, roads, almost everything.
These girls, they need oil.
We need more like this, don't we? We need this. Honestly, I was thinking about this. I think the beauty of this is, although obviously they're two very pretty young ladies and they're dancing and it's very nice and everything, but it's not overtly sexual.
No.
They're not twerking.
They're not whores.
They're not dancing in a whorish way. They're just kind of like having fun, and they got a nice smile, and it's bouncing up and down, and it's happening. So obviously the sexual element is there because they're you can see their legs, they've got their boobs bouncing and what have you. So it's all very nice, but there's like a plausible deniability there. Like you can watch them without feeling like a pervert. Do you know what I mean?
It's child friendly. It's fine.
Yes, it's family friendly. It's just like young girls having a fun time, celebrating their beauty. And the whole family can go to the pub and watch it, and you wouldn't feel unhappy to see your daughter dancing like that. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't get upset by that. But whereas if you saw your daughter like twerking,
she's not going out for a long time if that ever happened.
Yeah, you know what I mean. So we really do like have to go back to this form of dancing, I think. So
one of the things I am quite jealous of the Irish and Scottish is that they still have all these old cultural traditions that we as the English we don't really have so much anymore. Like we've lost a lot of ours.
Yeah. They kept on to theirs through pure hatred of us.
Yeah.
Basically, it's kind of funny. But yeah.
It's funny how hatred motivates a lot of.
Yeah. Oh man, don't they look happy? It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I think also, like one of the problems is like we've got this whole disco, and I like disco dancing, but the whole like music has changed. Like in the past with folk dancing, the man and the woman would dance together, and there would be like set rules for the dance. Like you do the waltz, or you do various different types of folk dance, and you put your hand on her waist and you hold her hand and you go up and down and what have you. And so there was a culture whereby you could ask a lady to dance, and then and even when I was a kid, you used to ask girls to dance. I don't know if they do this anymore, probably not. But there was you'd ask a girl to dance, and then you dance together, and you'd get you'd get a feeling for whether you have any chemistry or what have you. But there was an etiquette behind it, and this is completely gone now. And now, actually, I'll get a picture up of. Have you heard what's this called? What's it called?
The thing is, Bruce, that kind of the kind of waltz could be brought back. All you need is a song in a 3/4 beat. That's basically all a waltz is. You could do a waltz to the Stranglers, Golden Brown, if you wanted to. That's a 3/4 beat.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Oh fuck, my mind's gone completely. Yeah, I'm just trying to make the point that like people literally don't dance anymore.
No, I don't think I know how to dance, and it's real shit. I think a combination of because it doesn't have to be folky for a waltz. You literally you could take out the most hip hop R&B thing, and if you got a 3/4 beat, you could waltz to it. Simple as.
Yeah. I know, but it would take like a totally different transformation of culture. This is the Boiler Room, which is one of the most popular like house music. I'll probably get but look, they're kind of like standing around. Do you know what I mean?
I can manage.
It's got 71 million views. Like they're kind of standing.
I slightly shuffle from one side to the next.
Yeah,
I can do that.
Look at this one here, shuffling a bit. Looking really cool. Whoa. She's looking really cool.
Shifting weight, aren't they?
Yeah, got your drink in your hand, kind of like talking.
Couple of claps.
Yeah, they're not dancing. This guy's just standing there drinking. People don't fucking dance because most people aren't good at dancing, and nobody teaches them any moves to do, and so they just go on the dance floor and they don't want to look like a twat, so they just don't do anything, and that's it.
So, let me ask you this. So we've now got the powers to change the school curriculum. Are we adding dance?
Oh yeah, I would. Fuck yeah. I'd have folk dancing in schools. That'd be
folk
brilliant.
dancing. We'd have some kind of metalwork, woodwork as well, I would imagine.
Yep.
I assume we're happy with the Trivium to be involved in that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you need it. To be honest with you, like I just think like you should have a dance hall, like every town, and like it should be family friendly, and people should just go there and drink.
What I'm trying to say is, I mean, no disrespect to the academic nature of school, but a lot of the stuff we learn is useless.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like it's actually making people more stupid because they're introducing all this DEI critical nonsense into it.
I'm just sort of thinking, if we had power over the curriculum, what would we like to see?
I'd shut the whole school system down. That's what I do. So that's my take. I wouldn't have school. I'd send kids to work at 14. To be honest with you, like what? Like no wonder so many teenagers are depressed. It's like you're young, you're a teenager, you're full of energy, and you got to go to school, and it's shit, and it's boring, and you hate it, and you can't get started with your life, and you can't make any money. No, go to work at 14. Why not?
I would sort of offer an apprenticeship, or sort of like you can only take an academic route, you can have an apprenticeship.
You only need like I'm 100% on board with apprenticeships, but you only need like 10% going to university. You need your elite.
Oh God, the whole university thing. I think literally there should only be 3 or 4 universities in the entire country. Top 4 universities, the rest can shut down.
Yeah, you need your elites. That's what it's there. It's for rich people. You do need very, very educated people that do read all of the books and they know the history and they've got this advanced knowledge. You need those people, but the vast majority of people don't need to do that.
A lot of people, even in university English literature, can't even really read these days.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not interested. Like I've met so many people, and I went to university.
But they think they're clever, though.
Yeah,
because they've been to university, but they have no understanding of what they actually did.
I tell you what, the bar for university 100 years ago, I think all the people going to university they'd be shocked.
Yeah.
Well, the bar for passing the 11 plus 100 years ago would blow the minds of university students. I perhaps wouldn't even be able to do the 11 plus.
It's here, isn't it? Can you read the meme? Can you see it? But it's the smug heaven.
Yeah, that's just above average. They're the worst.
They're the worst. They are absolutely the worst. I'm stuck here. This is me.
I'm peak retard.
Are you autist hyperborean?
No, I'm peak retard. I'm the other end.
Oh, that's you. Oh, right, sorry. Yeah,
I'm happy being grug.
I don't think so, but the grugs are happy. So yeah, they got it good. Yeah, but these fucking people, the midwits.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah. Smart enough to read the Guardian. Smart enough to be brainwashed by the BBC and the Guardian. And that's it.
It amazes me how little critical thinking they have.
Yeah. I've had this. It's just, it's everything like how they just fall for everything that they see on like that television man tells them to think.
Yeah.
It's like the Matrix as well. It's how they defend the system as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they think they're at the top of it.
Yeah.
So they defend it. You see, and if you question them, then it's like you're questioning their authority.
And they just twist themselves into knots, trying to justify absolute crap, and then they just say, "Oh, shut up! Just fuck off." And that's all they.
Well,
that's all
for me, they sort of like shut up in conspiracy theorists.
Yeah,
that's the classic one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Conspiracy theorists. Well, that doesn't tell you whether something's true or false.
Yeah.
One of the things I love, because throughout the whole like Biden regime, any talk of Jeffrey Epstein from this lot, I was crazy conspiracy theory. You're nuts. Nothing happened. Nothing. Just you're crazy. And then now they've realized that they've won, and Trump can't release the things because he's not willing to destroy the entire American system because everyone's involved. Now they're sort of using it as a stick to beat him with. And say, did you forget all those years you were calling us crazy conspiracy theorists? But now it's like, oh, Trump's just trying to hide it. Yep. Oh, you've just fucking
hiding what? What's Trump hiding?
Well, I'm guessing, clearly the Jeffrey Epstein stuff involves basically everyone at a high level in American society, CEOs, government people.
Yeah.
So he's realized if we release this, it's going to completely crash everything.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a cup half full kind of guy. I mean, like a lot of people get upset about the Epstein thing. I mean, like he shut down the border. He shut down the border. People seem to be happy about that. He stopped the H-1B visas. So I'll take what I can take.
JB saying Trump took this year's COVID vaccine. Dear God, I did see people lining up to get COVID vaccines. Still, it's like fuck's sake.
My mum just took the vaccine. I just found out. I was like, what the fuck? And I just like shouted at her for like 5 minutes. She's like, oh, you get so angry. And she literally just tells me, she's like, yeah, I took it and I was sick for a week. And I'm like, yeah.
What a great vaccine that is. Mind you, having said that, the original vaccine was for smallpox, and the vaccine was to have cowpox. You would have got sick from that.
Yeah.
But these days, mind you, the COVID vaccine is not a vaccine.
No.
Not by any scientific measure, anyway.
No. Well, they kept changing the goalposts on it. It was like, if you get it, then you won't get it at all. If you get the vaccine, you can't catch COVID. And it was like, well, if you catch it, then you won't be able to pass it on. Well, if you get the vaccine, you'll have a lesser form of it. And just, okay, so then Joe Biden's fully vaxxed up and he gets COVID like 5 times. Do I need this vaccine?
Speaking of which, have you two noticed the cancer rates lately?
Oh, yeah, they spiked, haven't they?
I actually saw a cancer charity saying it's like 1 in 3 people. I remember when getting cancer was 1 in 6. Now it's 1 in 3.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it has anything to do with it. It's just I've noticed.
Yeah. There's all sorts of stuff going on. I think part of it is mental, just the stress of all this shit. Like we're talking about with the like constant apocalypse. We were so bombarded with crap that it's really stressful, which isn't good for you. And then I think there's also all the chemicals and crap that's just in everything that we can't avoid.
Yeah, there's a lot of electromagnetic radiation as well. I'm trying to find a meme right now, but I mean, like we are literally being bombarded with radio waves and Wi-Fi, and it's insane.
Yeah. It's like the 5G stuff, and everyone was going, "Oh, it's fine." We haven't had it long enough to really tell any long-term effects.
Yeah,
just 5G being everywhere, hitting us all the time, and they're going to be 6G soon.
I mean, there are people that are allergic to electromagnetic radiation. They have to live in a tent and as far away from civilization as they can. That is a thing.
Yeah, I mean, all the insects are dying, so that's weird. Something's going on. So, I mean, I hardly had any flies, and I don't like that. They're like the worst of the insects. But usually every summer I'll get flies coming in, to my flat. But they just don't come in. I didn't get hardly any this year. Haven't seen a bee. I mean, can you imagine? Like, I just haven't seen a bee. Haven't seen like one butterfly, maybe one bee. It's mental. Can't remember the last time I seen a dragonfly.
I'm still seeing stuff, but they do talk
That's
about
because you live in a castle,
of course,
in the forest, in the country, with all your milkmaids.
Yes.
So there you go. It's lucky for some, isn't it? Do you know what I mean?
Mhm.
I was going to segue into this, but the conversation is jumping all over the place. But anyway, Prince Andrew's what's he done?
Yeah.
Quit the monarchy?
Yeah. He's fully like resigned
Yeah.
from everything. No royal titles, no nothing.
James O'Keefe is claiming the scalp because of this. I'm sure we've all seen this, but can you hear that? I can't.
Yeah. I can hear it.
I can't. Can people in the chat hear it? Anyway,
Well, there's text.
there you go. Screwing on underage girls. But so I like James O'Keefe. Great guy.
Mhm.
Great investigative journalist. One of the greatest of our age. I don't know if it's necessarily this that brought Andrew down, but whatever the case, he's given up his royal title.
Yeah.
And I think that's good. So there you go. That's the news. I mean, yeah, I don't know what to say. What should we say? I mean, in defense of Prince, I know it's an unpopular opinion to say it, but she was 17 and it was legal.
Well,
okay,
she
so
probably wasn't the only one.
But she probably wasn't there. Maybe there were more.
Yeah.
We don't know. We don't know.
I mean, like when Andrew was arrested and go and say to him, "We're in." I mean, Jeffrey was arrested. He goes and says, "We're in this together." That's an odd thing to say, Andrew.
Yeah. Yeah, there's probably other stuff going on. Like, I don't want to be the guy that I just find it. I mean, Candace Owens recently, funnily enough, came out in defense of Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah.
Right. And this was an old point which Andrew Anglian of the Daily Stormer used to make. Obviously, he just hates white women and he just hates women in general. But nonetheless, he did have a point that Weinstein didn't actually rape any of those girls. It was all consensual sex. And they knew it was a case of have sex with Harvey Weinstein and then you get the job in the film. And that's what it was. And Hollywood's worked that way since the beginning. I mean, theatre itself has probably worked that way since time immemorial. In the days of the Roman Empire, actors were considered to be prostitutes. So I mean, that just is the way it is. I'm not getting judgmental about it. It's just that's. I mean, if you ever met an actor, and I've met a few, they are very kind of emotional, kind of passionate, kind of. I mean, they act. I mean, what can you say? They're good at lying. They're good. They're just very. I can't put my word on it, my finger on it. But they're just they have a certain kind of like level of social intelligence, I suppose. But they're not exactly chaste people. So anyway, Harvey Weinstein didn't rape anybody, and yet he's in jail for rape. And at the same time, you got people calling Prince Andrew a pedo, and it's like, okay, well maybe he is, but Virginia Giuffre was 17. Right?
I still hold that Prince Andrew was probably the least bad of all the many people involved with Epstein. Yeah, so that's why he was the one picked to be thrown under the bus.
Yeah, I mean, are we on dodgy ground talking about what sort of people may have been on that list? I mean, I take it these people were pretty much some pillars of society.
I think so.
Yeah, so we're talking about taking away some serious pillars then.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of the Fortune 500 CEOs, probably loads of people in the American government. Yeah. Wasn't our American ambassador? He was involved with him, I think.
Yeah, and obviously there's the Israeli connection itself. Isn't
there? Yeah, they did deny that though, so there we go. Obviously, couldn't have been them.
Yeah. And there's that weird temple, which looks like an old Eastern bathhouse, isn't it?
Yeah.
Same as what Ellen's got, Ellen DeGeneres, whatever her name is, on her set. It's the same kind of like you've all seen the memes, haven't you? Of her. Yeah, it looks like a bathhouse. So I don't know what's going on there.
Can you pull that up for us? I don't. All I know about Ellen is she's now living in the Cotswolds, saying how nice it is.
The only people I reckon who weren't involved were Elon Musk, because of how damn hard he was going on about it.
Yeah.
Like, that would be suicidal if he was on it. And also, I suspect Donald Trump wasn't. because I'm sure they would have just released, if they had any actual dirt on him, they'd have leaked that.
One step on Trump.
Yeah.
And I mean that they're still trying to get him, grab him by the pussy, which wasn't even a thing.
No.
Wasn't a thing.
Like all the fake trials and stuff they came up with, all this absolute nonsense. They wouldn't be doing that if they had something real on him.
Golden Showers of Russian prostitute was another one, wasn't it?
Yeah, like come on. Just so much nonsense. Yeah, whereas if they had anything real with Epstein, then that would have been leaked. And that would just destroy him. So
well, he did kick Epstein out of his his Mar-a-Lago,
all his properties,
for like chasing after a young lady.
Well, I think I've tried to insinuate he's involved with that, though, but obviously there's no evidence.
I don't think we're going to. I mean, I think Ann Coulter said it. We're just not going to find out until Trump's out of office. Basically, that's what's going on. So,
I mean, we still haven't really found out the JFK stuff. They can keep this covered up for decades.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he was supposed to release all that info.
Yeah, it was all redacted and crap. It's like, okay. But also, like the thing is, okay, so I'm sure there was some CIA involvement. They're not going to just have that, unlike the files. If there are any files, this will be in some little computer in the corner somewhere that no one goes to.
Did you guys see this fight? I thought I was going to play the video. This guy knocked the shit out of some migrant. Did you see it?
No.
Oh, it's banging. Yeah, I just love the quote. If I were a migrant going to harass someone, I would not choose the young man with the pure medieval crusader.
Yeah.
Look at this fucking guy. Just like
that's true. That is bang on. Yeah.
He just
suit the armor there, doesn't he?
He just belted the fucking shit out of this guy. I was going to play the video, but I can't. So anyway, there you go. Or whatever. Sorry to interrupt.
I was just going to say on the whole conspiracy theory. One thing I always ask about a conspiracy theory, what is more important than what is why.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Every time.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, dude.
It stops him.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm just browsing through my thing trying to find.
There is without though you can't, like we talked about before, you can't understand some people's motivations because they don't think rationally. They don't think like we do on the why. So some of these things like that, they don't make sense, and you just have to accept that they're not thinking straight.
No,
well, go on. Sorry.
I always like to think about why, though. Because I find it a good metric to see if there's anything to a conspiracy theory.
I mean, often there's quite an obvious why. It makes like a lot of sense often.
It depends what theory, like which conspiracy are we talking about here? I mean, there's so many. At the end of the day, it's all power, isn't it? They just want more power for them.
Well,
that's it.
I'm trying to think of a conspiracy theory that. Flat Earth. Why would they try and hide that? To what end?
You know who you're talking to, right?
Yeah, I'm like the world's #1 flat earther.
Oh, you fucking know, yeah. Why, Brutus? Answer me that why. This is the first I've heard about it. Jesus Christ.
I'll give you the answer. Basically, in the old days, in medieval times, people had a very clear understanding that heaven was above and hell was below and earth was in the middle, and there was a spirituality to the universe. God created the universe, and mankind, if you're good, you go to heaven. If you're bad, you go to hell, and God is above and the devil is below, and all this kind of stuff. And by creating this globe earth theory, essentially, you're discrediting all the ancient religions, and you're basically just saying, well, okay, now humanity is we're just on a rock spinning in an infinite void, and the universe was created in a big bang for no reason at all. It just popped into existence for no reason at all. And heaven is now it's not a real place. It's just somewhere that kind of exists in it's like imaginary somewhere, and hell is kind of like an imaginary realm somewhere. And so you've discredited all the ancient religions, and you've hidden the existence of demons, and you're promoting atheism, which just makes people weaker and makes them easier to control. Because generally speaking, if people believe in God and if they have some kind of religion, then they're harder to control because they have principles and they believe in something higher than themselves, and they'll be willing to die for those principles. Whereas atheists are very easy to manipulate because they fear death, because they don't believe that the soul is eternal, and so they think when they die it's all over, and so they don't have higher principles. So essentially, the reason why is to undermine religion.
Well, I mean,
the ancient Greeks figured out that the Earth was a globe, and they even calculated how its actual circumference very close to the actual.
I just don't believe it, mate. It's just, that's it.
But yeah.
I mean, we went through this last year. I don't know if you were on the show, but I mean, I can show you a clip, or we could pull it up. For me, it's really a case of you can lead a horse to water, you can't make it drink. But I can show you clips of people tying a GoPro to a balloon and sending it up 100,000 feet, and it's flat, right? But I'll show you the video, and you tell me that it looks like it's round, and I'm like, well, it looks flat to me. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know what to say. Really, there's what is it? I forget. The guy talked about it on the Sam Hyde show recently, but there's the lake, or one of the Great Lakes, Michigan. No, I forget, in America, but one of the Great Lakes up in Canada. You can stand on one side of it and you see the city on the other side. It should be like a mile underground, if you take the curvature of the Earth into consideration, and yet you can see it with a high resolution, zoom in camera.
Yeah,
and you should not,
because light bends.
Yeah, because light bends all of a sudden, right? Yeah, okay, great.
What black holes? How do you think they work?
Yeah, this is just gobbledygook. It's just gobbledygook. Or light bends around the corner. Yeah, great. So I mean, that's what I'm talking about. You can lead a horse to water, you can't make it drink, right? You point out an object which should be below the curve, and then you'll come back and say, well, light bends. It's like, okay.
Well, what about why can't I see Mount Everest?
Because of the what would you call it? If
I get a really powerful telescope, I should be able to stand.
No, I'm trying to find the word. Because of the air density, essentially. But put it this way: when I lived in Rio de Janeiro, right? Rio's surrounded by mountains.
Yeah.
Some days I'd stand in the middle of Rio and I could see the mountains. Some days I just couldn't see them. It's like they disappeared.
Okay, that's smog.
Because of air density, because of just particles.
Smog.
Whatever. Yeah, clouds or whatever. Yeah, smog in the air. So that's why you can't see Everest. That's why you can't see stuff.
Well, how come you can't see Everest on a clear day?
Mount Everest is a very long way away. I mean, what the?
I've got a telescope. I've got a really good telescope.
Come on,
I still can't see it.
You're just being silly. It's like you go into the ocean, you go under 30 or 40 meters, you can't see colors anymore. It gets black, and the light can't get through. So it's a similar thing with air.
Well, okay, so I should be able to see every celestial being from my position if I had a telescope. Any celestial being whether it's on the other side of the globe or not.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Look, my argument is very straightforward. Okay, I'm presenting a very straightforward argument to you. Let me lay it down to you. I believe in God, right? And because I believe in God, I believe God is the origin of everything. That makes logical sense. So everything comes from him because he is the supreme divine being, which means language comes from him, which means color and form comes from him, which means emotion comes from, which means sex comes from, everything comes from him, which means he must be a living being. He must have a personality. He must be a personal God. He is not the deist conception of God. He must have some kind of form. He must be a person. So what does he look like? What does he look like? The only religion that tells us what he looks like is the religion of the ancient Veda. And so because the Buddhists, they don't really even believe in God. They believe in the Buddha, and they believe that nirvana or the great oneness is kind of like above God, and the Buddha came out of that and will go back into it. So at the end of the day, they believe everybody is just the same and everything is nothing. It's a silly philosophy. The Jews don't tell us what God looks like. The Muslims don't tell us what God looks like. The Christians don't tell us what God looks like. If you read the Divine Comedy, you get to the end of it, and it's like God is like a giant green emerald crystal. So they don't tell us what God looks like. The only religion that tells us what God looks like is the ancient Veda. So if you read the Veda, you read the Bhagavad Gita, you read all these scriptures, and they tell you that the world is flat, basically, and that we live in Kali Yuga, and everybody's lying about everything. The world is controlled by demons, and that's why everything's shit. And so that's just what I believe. And the whole, like, I'm just not really very well versed on flat Earth, and I just don't really think about it very much, to be honest with you. Like I got into it 10 years ago, and I was like, oh yeah, it's flat, and then that's it. That's all I got, you know. I'm just not capable of defending it because I don't think about it very much. But I mean, if you're interested, go and watch Eric DeBay's videos. But I've been saying that for 10 years and nobody bothers. So what could I do?
Well, I just don't know. I don't know what people have got to gain by lying. Let's say from your point of view, let's say now the world is flat and I'm wrong. What does anyone have to gain by saying it's a globe?
Because they promote materialism and they promote atheism.
Yeah, but why does the fact it be a globe mean it's going to promote materialism?
Because you've destroyed heaven and you've destroyed hell.
Why? How?
Because heaven used to be a real place that's above us, and hell used to be a real place that's below us. And now people just don't believe that anymore. And by the way, people are totally distracted by some moronic ideal that we're going to go to Mars and conquer the universe and this, that, and the other, which is just completely outlandish and unreal.
Well, I really don't know. I just, I honest to God, I don't know what to do with this information. I feel like
our previous co-host SJJ, it was the same. It's like, yep, we're not getting anywhere on this.
Yeah, you're not going to get anywhere on this because, I mean, I don't know. Do you believe in God?
No,
I don't know.
Well, there you go. It's
theoretically,
dead ending,
though,
isn't it? I can't prove God's existence to you. You have to choose.
Theoretically, though, God could have created globe Earth, right?
He could have, but whatever. He didn't. That's not what every ancient religion says.
Well, who? I mean, I'm not even going to say that God doesn't exist. I'm not even going to go down that line, right? But who's to say that whoever wrote those scriptures were lying themselves, or misinterpreted what they understood of God? Don't forget, you're always going to have a human element to describe God.
Yeah. Sure. No, that's a fair question. Well, I mean, like, because those scriptures give a good explanation. It's better than all the other explanations, basically. Because the Christians don't tell you what God looks like. I'm not against Christianity, but I mean, they don't tell you what God looks like. So that's it. It's a dead end for me. It's like, well, God must, logically speaking, if he exists, he must be a person. You must be able to talk to him. So what language does he speak? What does he look like?
But what about the pagan gods, like the ancient Greek and Norse?
Well, they were never supreme, though. Like Jupiter's like the rain god. Odin's Mercury, essentially. Like they're very powerful, but they're They don't create the universe.
You consider them more like angels or something.
Yeah, they're lesser, god of rain, god of fire, god of the wind. They've like angels essentially. But I mean, Jupiter's the son of Kronos, and Kronos is the son of. I mean, the pagan religions are very similar to the to atheism in a way, because for them everything comes from chaos. You see, which is the same thing as what the atheist believes. The atheist believes everything comes from the Big Bang, and it appears for no reason at all. So it's order coming from chaos. It just pops into existence. So you have this swirling pool of energy, and out of this swirling pool of energy comes the universe. That's what the ancient pagans believed, and that's what modern day atheists believe. They believe that there was nothing, and then from nothing, for no reason at all, everything just appeared. And it makes no sense at all. It's just completely illogical, because everything has a cause. And then they're saying that the whole of everything is just caused from nothing. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Well, I've got to apologise to Alphabet Cat. I'm not doing as good a job as SJJ. I'm just letting him carry on with his delusions just because I'm a nice guy.
Well, it's just okay. Look, all life comes from life. There's a logical argument for you. Like if you believe in science, 100% of life comes from life. Okay, whether it's a slug or a tree or a single-celled organism or whatever. Nobody has ever proved life appearing from a pool of chemicals. Nobody has ever proved it. 100% of empirical evidence tells you that life comes from life. But scientists, so-called scientists, will say that life just popped into existence in a pool of chemicals by a miracle a few million years ago. But it's not proven. It's a miracle. This is what the atheists do. They say, give us a miracle. Let us have two miracles. Miracle number one, universe pops into existence with the Big Bang. Miracle number two, single-celled organism appears. And we'll just explain the rest. It's like, well, you can't,
You do get more honest scientists who do admit that, like, there are a lot of holes and stuff with, like, the Big Bang, and they're not really sure.
Yeah,
and like
gobbledygook
belief in like the Big Bang sort of theory that has, even in like science, that is falling out of favor a bit.
Yeah, most scientists will say this phrase: "We just don't know."
There was,
which is fair.
I will be honest, but most scientists are promoting this idea. You've got stars, you've got quasars, you've got gas clouds, you've got black holes, you've got all of this, like this whole like galactic, all these different like galaxies and all this nonsense. It's all just a bunch of mathematical wank. It's nobody knows what's up there. It's total guesswork. It's absolutely retarded. Like we had an experiment a few years ago. Oh, we've proved the existence of a black hole. So some university gets paid money to find a black hole, and they find a black hole. Well, what a big surprise!
It was with the James Webb Telescope.
Yeah, great. So and who invented the idea of a black hole? A Jew. And who discovered it? A Jew. It's bullshit. It's mathematical wank. That's all it is. It's a bunch of. It's no different to like you go back to the medieval period, and you've got a bunch of occultists just sitting around squiggling, different symbols and shit like this, and getting just all wrapped up in their own little imaginary mathematical world. It's really no different at all.
I did see one because quantum stuff, that's the new thing, and it's very weird. I did see one quantum scientist saying how you start out looking at quantum stuff as an atheist, and then just because of how weird it is and the patterns in it, and then he says, and then by the end of it, you believe that God is real.
Quantum physics gets really. You know what blows my mind about quantum physics? The whole observing thing.
Yeah.
I can't. I consider myself to be a bright guy, but that whole observing thing.
Stuff knows when it's being looked at.
Yeah. It's sort of like when you start looking at it, it's like, yeah, there is a God. I tell you what, when you look at quantum physics, like, yeah, there must be a God, there must be. It is
because
really
there is like, there are some people with the idea that basically all the universe that's created by consciousness. Like we're not like the universe didn't create us. We created the universe through consciousness, and just lots of weird. It's just everything's very weird, really.
Yeah. Well, look, my opinion on science is very good at creating technology. That's what it's good at. It creates televisions, it creates cars, it creates computers, it creates all of these things. It's absolutely terrible at explaining the weather or explaining even biology. It begins to fall to pieces a little bit because scientists can never seem to be able to agree on like what the correct diet should be and what medicine we should take and so on and so forth.
I think with that sort of stuff, they know they're just trying to keep us weak and sick.
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's a little bit 50-50 on that, but it's essentially it's good at making technology. This is the foundation. Basically, in my opinion, science is just engineering, and they've extended this engineering. They've said, look, we've created all this great technology. Look how clever we are. Trust us. And then they've created all these fantastical theories about the stars and black holes and space travel. And then Hollywood has made a whole bunch of movies explaining all this stuff. And everyone's watched the movies. And then they're just like, wow, it must be real. But it's not real. It's all it's all fake. Like nobody's even got a picture.
Alex Jones thinks that stuff is ancestral memories from when we were living out in the stars and we came to Earth.
Yeah, well, Alex Jones can think whatever he wants, but nobody's even got a picture of planet Earth. I mean, that is just slightly suspect. Every single photograph.
NASA's weird about that.
Right, exactly. No photograph of planet Earth. That's not dodgy at all. Every single photo is Photoshop. That's not dodgy at all. We've never been back to the moon.
We did a few times.
Have you seen the Indian moon landing? That thing was fakest.
I mean, that's Indians though, right?
Right.
We did go back a few times. It wasn't just the one time to the moon.
Do you think the Indians went to the moon?
No, they obviously didn't.
So they faked it, but we did.
Yeah.
And nobody. So the Indians faked a moon landing, and NASA didn't say, "Hey guys, that's fake." Right?
There's probably politics involved, I'd guess.
Bullshit. Come on. Like Elon Musk didn't say, "Sorry, Indians, that's fake." Elon Musk, the guy that's bragging about going to Mars. It's fucking fake. It's a load of bullshit. It's insane that people fall for it. I mean, I don't know what to say. Do you really think we went to the moon?
Yeah.
Well, there's a picture from the Saturn V rocket from 1969. They didn't have Photoshop then.
No. I think some of the footage of the moon landing, maybe that's not quite real. Maybe some of that was shot after the fact. But I think they did go there. I think it was also there's also a really good chance they all failed and everyone died.
Yeah. I'm just trying to find this photo. Sorry, stop screen. Share screen. Yeah, it may not have been photoshopped, but it doesn't mean it's real. They stuck it together, didn't they?
Example of what I mean.
Where are the stars? Where are the stars?
Well, it's like if you're in a big city, you don't see stars. There's too much light.
Come on, like this, like what the fuck? Okay, so this is taken from the moon, but the whole of planet Earth is lighted up. Like I don't even understand.
Also on the moon is really bright because of it's white. So you've got so much glare you don't see. Well, you're not going to deny that if you're in like a bright city, you don't really see stars compared to out in the middle of nowhere.
Okay, that's fake.
The a lot of the composite stuff is just they do like they say like to make it like appealing for like public consumption, but they sort of I get that you got composite because you don't have a thing taking the whole picture, but it's like
so it's fake.
And like why are they copy and pasting cloud and stuff?
Exactly,
it's weird. And like the Mars stuff, the original Mars pictures, they put a red filter over all of them.
Yeah.
Why? Because you think that's what the public thinks always got all be read.
Yeah.
Yeah, NASA are a bit weird with that.
They are weird. NASA apparently means to lie in Hebrew, so I don't know. You know, Elon Musk put a car into space. I'm trying to find the video. That was fake as fuck. That was like the fakest fucking fake shit I've ever seen in my life. And they're pretending that's real. I'm just trying to share screen. Elon Musk car into space.
Truth over lies is correct.
This is fucking fake. These are supposed to be real pictures. Like, this is the fakest shit I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. What the? What is this? That's real? Come on, man. What the fuck? Oh, man. Oh, it's different. It's opening a different tab.
Truth over lies is correct. The moon does need more diversity.
Yeah, you know, and where's why doesn't the moon spin? Why doesn't the moon?
Yeah, the moon. Well, the moon's very weird.
Dark side of the moon. Pink Floyd figured that out. REM figured it out. If you believe
our moon
put a man on the moon.
Our moon doesn't make any sense compared to every other moon in the system and all the other planets. Our moon is very weird. It it doesn't make any sense. Like, it's way too big. It's way too big for to be a moon of Earth. It's about as big as the biggest moons around Jupiter. That's Jupiter, which is huge. So why is our moon that? And it's probably hollow, which is weird.
Yeah, dude. So I don't know.
One of the funny things is some ancient myths from a few people around the world. They all talk about a time before the moon, suggesting like the moon came later. Weird. It's just the moon doesn't really make sense.
Yeah.
No,
it doesn't make sense. I don't.
Where it's a dragon egg or whatever it was.
But that's how it starts. That's how the flat Earth starts. You start off with we didn't go to the moon, and then once you realize that's bullshit, then you start asking questions, and then it's like, hang on a minute, they're lying about everything.
What I mean, like, I don't care whether we went to the moon or not. Quite frankly, but I mean, as a conspiracy theory goes, why? Well, we were in a space race with the USSR at the time, so the idea that we made it to the moon, well, we won but the West won the space race based on that fact. So there's something, so maybe there's something to that, right?
Yeah.
Whether that did or not, is it inconsequential to my life as a whole, right? Whether the Earth's flat or a globe, it's a globe, by the way, is it inconsequential to my life?
Yes. It doesn't.
Well, I mean, this is why I don't really talk about it very much, because I'm much more concerned about, Muslims conquering England. But I mean, I don't lie. I mean, it's made me very unpopular, but I can't lie. I'm just an honest person. What can I say? Like, I'm giving you a very straightforward, logical argument that nobody can accept because people hate Indians, basically. People hate Indians. They don't want to listen to what I'm saying. And I appreciate that. Okay. I also want to send all the Indians back to India. But ancient India used to be white, and they used to have blue eyes. This has been recorded. Unfortunately, the country got conquered by Islam, and now they've been browned out. And the Sanskrit language is an Indo-European language, and it used to be recognized that Indian culture was Aryan culture before the term became unpopular after the Second World War. But they essentially, India looks like Europe will look in about a few hundred years' time if we don't get the foreigners out. I mean, that's just the reality of the situation. So they did have a very advanced ancient culture. Now it's shit, and it's a third world country. But the ancient scriptures were incredible. And people don't want to listen to what I'm saying because they hate the Indians. I understand it. It's like I'm literally like a white nationalist defending an Indian religion. I mean, I'm in a very difficult situation. What can I say? But the truth is the truth. Like, God has to look like something. That's it. He has to look like something. And what's the world's most ancient religion? Well, it's the Hindu religion. It predates Christianity, predates Islam, predates Buddhism, predates everything. So if God's all caring and he loves humanity, which he must do because he's God and he's full of love, then he would tell people how to worship him, and he would guide people and give them the knowledge. So maybe it's there in the world's most ancient religion. It just makes sense. And that's it. That's kind of that's it. That's what I got.
I'm too racist.
You're too racist. You're all just too racist. You just hate the Indians too much. To be able to know the truth, you know, and that's just the way it is.
Speaking of Indians,
yeah. Oh, you're gonna share something? Go on. You sharing something?
Yeah, just.
Can you just do it? Are you on your laptop? Because it's a real. Could you just do present? Do you know how you used to do it?
Share screen, you mean?
Yeah, because it's just a little bit easier for me.
Yeah, I can do that. Where is it?
Right. Well, that was good. That's killed the chat. Yeah. Well, do you want to watch Reform?
I've got it.
Oh, okay. You got it. Right. Go on. Right. Here we go. Oh, fucking remove. Stop that.
So this is a white woman trying to uphold the white man's
I
burden.
saw this. Yeah.
Civilize the Indians. Yeah. A pointless battle, that. Trying to civilize them.
Could you not? Sorry, I just went to get a beer. Could you not hear the audio?
I didn't hear anything.
Oh, I forgot to click that. Never mind. But they had the.
Sorry, I just went to get a beer. I'll come back. Sorry.
It had the. Oh, do I need to play it again?
No, that's right. I already saw it. But she was trying to tell a bunch of Muslim kids to pick stuff up or something, and they just don't care, do they?
Yeah, and then they go and get more and drop it in front of her.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. They don't care about litter. They just don't care.
No.
I would say I weep for the future of humanity, but at the moment I just weep for the future of this country. The rest of humanity, we'll have to deal with that when at another time. But for now,
don't worry, because this country is going to be saved by reform. Can you hear it? I can't fucking hear it. Can you hear it?
Yeah.
There you go. Did you hear it? She said, "Shut the fuck up" or something.
Which I've done. And the way the Constitution works is the leader and the cabinet who make the big decisions. Now, because I'm not...
I think she says that at the beginning. I can't hear it because the audio's fucked. But anyway, there's reform. It's a cult. If you ask questions, they'll just tell you to shut the fuck up. These are fucking suck it up. So this is it.
My council. This is my council.
Yeah, Kent. So join reform and have some angry woman tell you to fucking suck it. I mean, I swear a lot. I don't think I would swear if I was on a council meeting. I mean, I just don't think I would. I mean, maybe I would, but it's just really crass, isn't it? Yeah. I especially hate it when women swear. I don't mind it so much when men swear, but when women, I don't know, it's just a bit like... But there you go. It's a cult. We've got more reform.
It's especially funny because the reform cultists promised me that with a complete reform council, my council taxes would be going down. It's weird.
Yeah,
they're going up. They're going up. This isn't what I was promised.
Yeah, Basil the Great. Worst thing I ever did was join reform. Disgruntled reform councillors and branch officers every single week. If you ask, you're out. If you complain, you're out. If you say anything, you're out.
They're real purge happy. They will purge any sort of disagreements with the leadership. They're happy to purge you. And I feel like although from what I hear, there's a lot of the actual base is like very far right, and they're just in like this civil war with Nigel and Mohammed Yusuf, trying to drag them. And I don't think. Like, I do wonder if Nigel really knows like the tiger he's wrestling with, because he's trying to get like this far right, the ever increasingly far right British public to support him, but he's still at the end of the day just a gay civnat, and like he's just going to try and go, okay, here's Mohammed Yusuf, rub this brown man in our face and go, love him, become civnats like me.
Yeah,
it's like, gee.
This is England. Anyway, it's really kind of bizarre, isn't it? It's really kind of bizarre. Like we have tens of thousands of white girls raped by Muslims, and the resistance is reform. And for some reason, Nigel thinks it's a good idea to put a Muslim in charge of his party. Mm-hmm. It just doesn't really make
this
any
is
sense
the
at all.
thing I hate about Nigel. You know what? The reason I think I know is to appease the Guardianistas. But my point about that has always been, don't try to appease these people. You can't appease them.
Yeah. We've got more appeasement from Tommy here. It's just...
What is he saying? I can't hear.
Oh, sorry.
British people put first.
I can't hear. Yeah,
anyway. I just want a Britain where British people are put first.
Oh, this one.
And that's it. Just British people put first.
Who are those British people?
It's not white people. It's British people.
Right. Does it include me?
Of course, it includes you. Yeah.
Does it include Muslims?
Of course, it includes Muslims.
Yeah, it's cringe, isn't it? But I mean, these. I know that we talk about this every single week, but we really do need to talk about it every single week, because Farage and Tommy are really the two obstacles, the two controlled opposition obstacles that are stopping any kind of real English nationalism from forming. Farage is there for middle-class people. Tommy's there for working-class people. And not only do they hate each other, by the way, which is, I heard a new term, posh and bosh. That was a good one. We need the posh-bosh alliance. I don't know who invented that one, but we do need a posh-bosh alliance in England. But yeah, so Farage represents the middle class, Tommy represents the working class. They hate each other and they love Muslims, and it's just the most retarded shit ever. And we just need to get rid of these people.
The problem with Tommy Robinson is he grew up in Luton in a multicultural society. He genuinely grew up in a multicultural society. Mm-hmm. I think he's still got too much of what the people who hate Tommy Robinson don't understand is he's very liberal.
Yeah.
Always has been. I mean, he's not really changed. And all he noticed was if there's a problem somewhere, it's always from Islam. That's his only crime.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, but then he says there's good Muslims.
Yeah.
So I'm just not willing to buy this excuse. I'm sorry, because he's been involved in politics for long enough, and if he hasn't learned his lesson by now, then it just means he's fucking retarded.
Well,
in which case he's no good anyway.
He did just take his his Israel propaganda tour. You seen that?
No.
He's in Israel at the moment, and he's making all these obvious like he's obviously been paid to shill for like the Israel Tourism Board, and just. Is going on. I haven't watched any of them, but I did watch one today. Just thought I see what it's like, and he's looking at like the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, and he's going and he goes, and I don't want to make it political, but if it wasn't for Israel, we wouldn't be able to see any of this as Christians. Oh, fuck off!
Yeah, fuck off.
It's like the Ottoman Empire. That had Christian pilgrims going to Jerusalem just fine. The state of Israel is not guaranteeing this.
Yeah. Well, they hate Christians.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things that, like, if you want to understand the Jewish question, right, you think Jews are just interested in money. You can see that they're really not just interested in money, because they're sitting on a gold mine right there, and they're not milking it. Because if they had any sense at all, you've literally got a multi-billion-dollar Christian tourism industry sitting there in your country. Like how many? There's 1.5 billion Christians in the world, and you have Bethlehem, the place where Jesus took birth. Like, are you fucking insane? If I was Jewish,
I think they do advertise it like to American evangelicals and stuff.
Well, on a small level, then no, come on, they haven't really fully developed it. No, come on, no.
I mean, I wouldn't. I've never really looked into it, but I'd imagine they're like a lot
No, they're
of, like,
spitting in
American
the faces of
evangelicals.
nuns.
Oh, I know, but I think they do. Oh, yeah. You mean like make it? Yeah, okay.
Come
But
on,
I think
like,
they do advertise it. I think they do advertise it to evangelicals.
maybe to a small number of evangelicals, but come on, like you could have literally millions of Christian tourists going there every single year and spending lots and lots and lots of money in the Holy Land.
Yeah,
that's not being encouraged. I'm sorry, but that's like you could milk that. You could milk that. That's a steady income, right?
in the
there.
Middle Age, if the Middle Ages had modern transport links to the Holy Land, that'd be they'd all be going.
Yeah, you could make so much money. Just build a few churches and have a few hotels and visit the Holy Land. Come to Israel, visit the Holy Land. I mean, do they do it? No. I mean, Hollywood could make an incredible amount of money making Christian movies. We all saw how much money Mel Gibson's film made.
Yeah.
And they
no one wanted to fund it.
No one wanted to fund it.
Yeah.
They shut it down. But the money's there on the table. I mean, it really is quite amazing, really, because if you think about it, everybody loves Jesus. The Hindus love Jesus. The Buddhists love Jesus. Even the Muslims love Jesus. The only people that don't love him are the Jews, and yet he's the most loved Jew in the whole world. You'd think they'd be milking that. You'd think they'd be like, yeah, Jesus was Jewish.
Yeah, but
we
the
did
Jews
that
hate him because he was a really bad Jew.
Yeah.
By their standards, he was a really bad Jew.
Yeah. It's weird. It's really weird because he should be their poster boy for the whole world, but they don't milk that at all. Instead, they just turn against it. It's just strange. It's really strange. Wasted opportunity, There you go. Which one do you prefer, anyway?
I mean, Scarlett Johansson's probably more of a bitch, so I'd go with Sydney Sweeney.
She's got bigger boobs.
Scarlett Johansson's getting a bit old looking too now.
Yeah, this is what they were both the same age in this picture.
Yeah.
I'd go for Sydney Sweeney as well,
Yeah,
just because she did the American Eagle picture.
Yeah.
I've never seen her do a single interview or anything, so I've got no idea what she's like, but she just seems nice.
Yeah, she is a fake blonde. I mean, they all are, right?
Right. Yeah.
Who's a fake blonde?
Sydney Sweeney.
Sydney Sweeney. All right. I'm not really that into blondes all that much.
Neither am I. Like, hair color is just, I don't care. It's just whatever. If you've got a nice face, that's more important than whatever.
Do you know what? Do you know what I think it is? I think it's the whole Barbie bimbo thing that has done blondes in for me.
Yeah.
Well, you hardly ever see any real blondes. I mean, I hardly ever see them.
No, you don't see them as often. Again,
well, they have. I mean, they disappeared.
Gingers are disappearing.
Yeah.
Well, the white genes disappearing from the face? I mean, we are the minority on the planet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wait, 7% now or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about this because the whole of Twitter was talking about this last week. I don't even know who half these people are.
I'm not on it, so no.
Yeah, where's the Anglo Gang, you fucking idiots?
Well, a lot of these guys are like Homeland Party, so they're just kind of beefing themselves up. Yeah, so you got Connie Drogba, Steve Laws, Lander, What's her name? Sass?
Landis, he's a decent guy.
He's ex-military, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he's decent. He gets it.
Does he get it? Maybe we could get him on the show. Maybe he's our guy. We could just.
I think he's got over 100,000 followers on YouTube. He's quite big now.
Yeah, he's quite big.
He's good. Yeah.
Well, we do need the ex-military guys. I mean, I tried to say this to your friend Panzer, or whatever his name is, that came.
Has 49.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
he seemed a bit down on that. I know Iron Duke and stuff. He's another old ex-squaddy. He's got the opposite opinion of the military. He still thinks they're very much on our side, like all the fighting lads and stuff.
Yeah. So, I mean, I just can't say.
I don't know if we can have ex-military try and get past 49 on and get Iron Duke on, see if we can get a load of ex-squaddies on this stream. I don't know.
That'd be fun.
Or current squaddies, if we can. I don't know.
Well, it's like in America, it's very strong. You have a very strong presence of veterans on YouTube. In England, it just doesn't really seem to be a thing. I'm not sure why not.
There's just not as many for us.
Yeah.
People forget how small we are as a country, which makes me in awe of the British Empire, really.
You say Paz is a stupid Sidnat, following me, but when he was on here, he was saying, how sympathetic he is to the Ethno-Nat cause, and that we do sort of have a point.
Yeah. But he said he didn't like the Hitler stuff. And I tried to open up the subject matter, but it didn't really seem like he wanted to talk about it.
Yeah, which is, fair.
I get his point of view because, I was a liberal then. I mean, I've basically followed the Sargon journey.
Mm-hmm.
And I've basically been in time with him all the time. Because Sargon seems to say something, and I very rarely argue back. Well, not like I'm in the room with him or anything, but I never go, no, you're wrong about that. So I've followed his journey quite closely, and although Sargon's never officially said he's an ethno-nat, he basically is at this stage.
Yeah,
I think the term's illegal anyway. That might be why he's not actually saying it.
And it's people get, if you say you're an ethno-nat, people get stupid about it, like, oh, so you want to genocide everyone. No. It's just, can we have a majority native country?
That's all it
used to have.
Yeah, it's all I want.
I mean, within living memory, 1961, we were 99.9% white British.
I think we should just advertise, let's go back to the 90s. I think that should be our thing, because obviously Tony Blair came in 97 and ruined everything. Mm-hmm. So we could, because you need something that people can actually remember. We can talk about the Victorian age and all that, but it's just a little bit too long ago.
I mean, what was 91? 91 was 99.6 or 96% white British or something.
Yeah. People remember. Yeah. People remember Oasis. Oasis just popped up last year, didn't they? And everyone was just so there's a nostalgia now for the 90s and for Britpop and for that, the beginning of the rave scene and all the music and et cetera, et cetera. So I think that should kind of be our meme, let's go back to the 90s.
Well, I've always had this saying, and I say it all the time, everything was better in the 90s except the internet.
Yeah.
Oh, I did think of one thing that's worse. That's got a lot better. Is replica medieval weapons. Much better quality now. That's very important.
Replica. Well, I bet there was some blacksmith in the 90s that could have done some very good replica medieval weapons.
Maybe. I mean, but they're so much better and so much cheaper now as well. You get really good stuff for cheap.
I will point out this to you, Tharium. I remember being a wee little nipper, Scottish apparently, and I've actually walked into a gun shop in this country. I remember that.
Yeah. Pre-Dunblane was good days.
Yeah. So basically, we want to go back to 1994, the start of Britpop. I mean, everyone thinks Cool Britannia was with Blair, but I mean, Britpop was kind of done by '97. Britpop kind of started finding its feet in '94. So '94 is your goal year, I would argue.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It does need to be different though. We can't just go back to the 90s because the 90s gets us to here. We do need like a fundamental sort of reordering of the moral system, really.
Yeah. It's just people can imagine it. That's all.
Yeah.
That's the kind of point, because like the Edwardian period, I mean, people can't imagine it, so it's just like a bit of a dead end, you know. Where am I? Sorry,
I mean, going back to what I said, I still don't like the idea of ethnic. I don't think you need to be an ethnic to sort of say the majority needs to be native.
Well,
that is an ethnic position, though, isn't it?
No, but does it need to be? Does it? I mean, like, it's sort of like if I say a statement like "murder is bad,"
mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? Do you need to be a specific? You know, do you have to be a liberal to believe that? For example,
yes, you do. But saying like you want the majority of the population to be actual native genetic stock, that is ethnic. It's just the sort of shit libs and the civnats. They have poisoned the term by pretending it needs to be related to genocide and all that.
No, I don't think it. I don't.
It doesn't. Of course, it doesn't.
Well, look, it's ethnos versus civnos, right? You're either English because you're ethnically English, or you're English because you've got an English passport. That's it. If you say you're English because you're ethnically English, then you're an ethnic. If you say you're, you know, like Keir Starmer says, like anybody can be English as long as we give them a passport, then you're a civnat.
Well, arguably, this is invoking Godwin's law. Arguably, Hitler ruined everything, including being an ethnic. If that's true,
yeah, he did. He absolutely
did. Yeah.
That's why I don't like him, because he ruined ethno-nationalism for the whole world, basically. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like
this is the true glory of the English Empire right here. Let's just see the true glory of the English Empire.
First time experiencing a British man. You say good morning.
Good morning.
What else? What else? Do you say good evening, Governor?
Good evening, Governor.
Legend. Anyway, yeah, we still rule the world. I mean, I've made this point many times. Like, the world's #1 sex symbol is James Bond, who is an English man. I'm just going to put that out there, because he's the, you know, and he's not only an Englishman. Well, he's actually Scottish technically, but he has an English accent, and he's an aristocrat.
Yeah. Do you know what we need to do? We need to get me to reenact that in some American city.
I don't think they'd understand you, though, would they? They'd be like, what?
They'd be, what is this? Hello, Mercian.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Yeah,
but sorry, I interrupt. But I mean, yeah, if you're an ethnic, then if you believe that the English are English because they're ethnically English, then you're an ethnic, aren't you? So that's it.
Well,
otherwise, you end up like this guy. This is
I hate this.
Through my videos. Here we go.
I've always said,
well, I'm fucking English, right? And yeah, I've had a few beers, and here we go.
That I'm as patriotic as anyone in this country. I would happily die for this country if it was being invaded tomorrow. There's a lot of frustration because normal sort of English British people feel they can't fly their flag, and that's when it causes problems. We should be able to fly it, but when it crosses over into threatening and hateful behaviour, that's when it's wrong. We should reclaim our flag. The flag, no one should feel uncomfortable seeing the St. George's Cross or seeing the Union Jack. No one should feel uncomfortable seeing it. But when people use it in the wrong way, you can understand why they do.
Yeah.
But we, as normal, law-abiding citizens, we've got to reclaim our flag for what it is.
No, we've got to reclaim our flag from people like you.
I hate this house gammon. House gammon is the term for him, and it's perfect.
Oh, really? Is that what they're house gammon?
He's the house gammon, yeah. I hate this sack of shit so much. And he is always brought on as just a humiliation ritual. Hey, English people, this is you. this fat, disgusting, ugly piece of shit. That's you.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate him so much. And he's just, I love my Chinese. Oh, got to have all my Chinese immigrants so I can have my Chinese. Oh, despise this fat fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, and we can't use the flag to make people uncomfortable.
No.
Well, that's kind of like the point of a flag, isn't it? Like you're marking your territory. That's what it is. And you're saying, well, this is for us, the English, the English ethnos. So again, it comes back to ethno-nationalism. If the flag represents the English race as an ethnicity, then it will make people uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
If the flag just represents the British passport, then nobody's going to be made to feel uncomfortable.
Or not even that. Just this particular part of land. Everyone on it is British.
Yeah. It's just an economic zone then, isn't it? It's just
yeah.
Well, the worst part about it is this whole idea about who gets offended by it, and it's sort of like if it offends anyone except the English, then it's bad. If it offends the English, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm offended by all these gay pride flags everywhere and Palestinian flags and God knows what else. But no one cares about it. No one cares if I'm offended.
That's kind of my point.
No, I agree. Yeah. No one cares if the English are offended, do they?
This fat fuck, he got deported from Australia, though. Did you see this?
No.
Let me find out. Share it. He, I'm not sure why, but he.
Yeah, go on.
I'm just finding it.
Well, you find it. I'll play this. This is Harrison.
She famously said in 1978, before she was prime minister, people don't want to be swamped. She was much attacked by the left of the party for saying it. But the trouble was Enoch Powell, his eloquence, and some people would say his extremism, terrified politicians off the subject. So he may even have achieved the opposite of what he intended by raising.
Yeah, blame Powell because he was right.
he was too good.
Yeah, fucking bollocks.
Because it became sort of unsayable. Wasn't completely unsayable.
By the way, this is something Nigel Farage has said, by the way.
By her, and she always maintained it. And it's very interesting that the far right never got a look in her time. She squashed them electorally completely, where they were actually beginning to rise in the 1970s.
If I may just say one, one of the major points that Powell made in 1968 is that we had already, to some extent, piled up our own funeral pyre.
Yes.
This looks more and more vindicated by the day in Britain. We are being swamped, whether or not Thatcher would have liked us to have been swamped. Powell wasn't just urging for a break on numbers. He was urging for civilized reversal of what had already happened. She admired him. I don't think she was particularly squeamish about his, not just his restrictionism, but about his desire to reverse it. Why didn't she do that?
I would say that it wasn't civilized to reverse it.
Yeah, fucking twat. Look, he folds his arms. He's not listening, doesn't get it. He's old, doesn't give a shit. He's got money. He's in this nice posh room, right? Surrounded in the shadows of previous empire. And it's not civilized.
Because in order to do it effectively in enough numbers, you would have had to kick people out. And that would not have been civilized. They had arrived.
Fucking boo-boo. Fuck me. You absolutely...
Do you know what we did in Empire to people who got uppity?
Yeah.
Well, the thing, we've got several options available to us. There's the unspeakable thing, which I won't mention on YouTube, but you know, the mid-century German route, should we say? We can ask them to leave, or they can conquer us. Those are three options. There's not a fourth.
Yeah, look, I mean, we can do this in a civilized way. All we need is a nationalist government takes over. First step, disenfranchise them. Okay, then they are no longer a political threat. We don't have to worry about them voting us out of power. And this is what obviously they do in the Middle East, because countries like Dubai, they've got massive foreign populations, but they can't vote, so they've got no power. They can't vote. They're not in the police force. They're not in the army. They're not in government. They've got no power, and so you have to disenfranchise them, and they can still be here. And then you just gradually send them back, right?
Farage is never going to do any of that.
No.
And Sargon's guy, Firas, the Lebanese guy. He's hardcore on all this stuff. He's like really gets it. He's just like,
I thought he was Greek.
No, it's from Lebanon.
That's Stelios.
Oh, sorry.
He's got a new one from Lebanon. This Lebanese Christian guy, and Kofiris. Yeah, he's really hardcore. He's just like, you've got to keep all foreigners out of government. Don't let them vote. Don't let them do anything, and just start having tests to see how well they can fit in, and you keep upping it. And he's talking about this earlier this week, and goes, and if that means I get deported, then well, so be it. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, because he's from Lebanon.
Yeah.
And that used to be a Christian. It used to be the France of the Middle East. It used to be a beautiful place.
Yeah.
And now it's just a shithole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. And it's so sad as well to watch these nations. I mean, it's not just Lebanon. It's obviously it's Iran. It's a Sudan.
Yep.
Although you could argue that what's the difference now? But all these places, it's still relatively recent.
Yeah.
And I think we've got this idea in this country, but that'll never happen in this country. Why not?
Yeah,
what's going to stop them?
Yeah. People are so dumb.
Well,
they need to read history, and they need to understand that empires fall and nations fall, and they get conquered. And nobody thought the Byzantine Empire would collapse. That had been around for 1,000 years. They thought they were safe.
They think we've got the magic soil, and that when they come here, they're British now. That's
I think they're liberal, and they think exactly the same as well.
Yeah.
I think that's part of the delusion. It's like, no, these people don't think like you.
Yeah, it's like if we just show them how nice we are, then they'll realize that's what they should do as well, rather than realizing no, they're barbarians and they're just going to rape you.
Yeah, they don't get it. Yeah, it's the time machine. It's the I always forget what are these soft creatures called? The Eli, I think they're called. Just getting eaten. H.G. Wells, the time machine. It goes into the future, and they're all just.
Yeah, I know what you mean. The Elox or something like that.
Yeah, H.G. Wells. I've got to get this one because I've talked about this. Time machine. Let's have a look.
What are you talking about? That is, it's amazing how many sort of liberals.
LOI. Yeah.
How many liberals will sort of self-insert black people and Muslims to be orcs?
Yes, I was gonna hopefully cover that. Yeah.
Here you go. This is England. This is what's going on, guys. H.G. Wells. I mean, interesting. Funny enough, because H.G. Wells obviously was part of the Fabian Society, so he ended up creating the very situation. Yeah, that he ended up creating the very situation that he kind of like warned everybody about. Oh, I think we've got Adolf Hitler ready to come on the show. Hang on a minute. Is this him? Ooh, at the stage. Adolf, is that you?
Hey, wow, that was the fastest I've ever gotten directly into a stream before.
Yeah. We were just talking about H.G. Wells and the LOI and like how, you've got this race of people in the, he wrote the novel The Time Machine. They went to the future and they're just sitting around, they're getting eaten by the Morlocks and they don't realize what's going on. We were just talking about that. But
okay.
Welcome to the show, buddy. How's it going?
It's going good. I know you streamed for like 4 hours, so thanks for letting me hop on a little later. So, I know it's evening where you guys are at, right, over in the UK?
Mm-hmm. It's about 9 o'clock.
Oh, okay, gotcha. That's PM, right?
Yeah. Now I have a question.
Well, what you have to understand is that time actually starts in England, Greenwich time, because we are the center of the world. So yeah,
that's fair. Understandable.
Okay.
Now, are you of English stock?
I can send you my genes. You want to see my genes, actually?
Yes.
Hold on.
This is the Anglo Gang.
Yeah, hold on.
And we keep getting Americans on who deny their English heritage, and it's really annoying.
So I have not talked about this yet, but 23andMe actually recently updated my genes. This is the old one, and made me more Anglo.
Oh wow!
But this is the
lucky.
Here. Let me send you a link to this here in the private chat.
Okay.
There we go. So there's me. This one, which I took a while ago, has me at 11% Greater London, United Kingdom, British, and Irish haplogroup.
French. Oh dear.
Yeah, I'm more German. Yeah.
French. Well, we're all half French in this country, so we'll forgive you.
What?
Well, we did get conquered by the Normans, mate. Sorry, but
10,000 of them. 10,000, and plus the Normans were Vikings.
The Normans.
The Normans were Vikings, and there was only about 10,000 of them.
They're not French, Normans.
No.
It's short for Norseman.
Come on.
The King of France hated William the Conqueror.
Here, let me see if I can.
And didn't he marry? He had a Jewish wife, I think.
No, he married.
Anyway, there
Alfred.
you go. I like the way British and Irish are just lumped in together. Like, we're not the same. Irish people are a completely different ethnicity.
All I'm saying is you're less white than Elizabeth Warren.
So that doesn't make any sense.
Hold on. So let me send you. It updated just a week ago.
Is the audio gone? I can't hear anybody speaking. What's happened?
I can hear you. I hear everybody.
I can hear you.
What's happened? Oh my God! What's happened?
Brutus is a bit of a boomer with this stuff. So,
what's happened? What the fuck is going on?
So, like I was saying, the start of every stream before we go live is basically this with Brutus going, "Oh, what the fuck's happened?
Oh, it's just me.
What's this?
I can't hear anyone. What's going on?"
Yeah,
that's great.
You're here, Bruce. What the fuck is going on? That's just in general. What the fuck's going on?
Here, let me see if I can send my. So they updated my 23andMe, and I think my father's side has more Anglo that it picked up on when they got more genetic data. So let me see if I can screenshot that and send that in here.
I think Tom Rousel says that. I think Living Ancestry, I think, is the place. I think he says they're the best for English stuff.
Oh, so your dad's less white than Elizabeth Warren as well.
Yeah.
I saw something about. She tweeted something about the No Kings protest the other day, and the
what happened with
the Tea Party, and somebody had replied to it and been like, "Yeah, they were all pretending to be Indians when they did that too," which I thought was hilarious.
What happened with that No Kings stuff? Did they have a big turnout, or?
I don't know. They said they were going to have more people than the last one, which wasn't that long ago. I don't know why they decided to do one this quickly.
Yeah,
because the last one was only like 3 months ago or something.
You there, Brutus? Nope. Still can't hear us. Never mind. Wait, I can't hear anyone now.
Nobody's talking.
Okay, you're here.
No
Okay,
one's talking. Okay. Yeah. I'm waiting for Brutus to say something.
Yeah, because that's just an anti-Trump thing, isn't it? The No Kings.
Yeah, the whole idea is that they think that Trump is a dictator, and so on that basis they're protesting it. And
I mean,
one thing I was talking about with my wife though yesterday, which is kind of interesting, is that the left is trying to sort of re-embrace the founding fathers type thing, and they're pushing back against Trump on the basis of what they feel like is the intent of the Constitution and limited government and that kind of thing, which is very funny coming from the left, given the last several Democrat presidents that have power.
Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes.
Yes.
Oh man, I've got no idea what happened then. Sorry, fuck me. I just couldn't hear anybody. I don't understand what happened. I didn't press anything. Anyway, sorry. There you go. Sorry, I missed all of that.
Anyway, talking about the No Kings anti-Trump stuff. So,
right, yeah.
I mean, the thing is, like, I also think it's really bad because having a king is based. So why would you want no kings? It's
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of is begging the question, or like has a default assumption that Americans will hear kings and be really upset, which, to be fair, is kind of true.
Most of you do. Most of you.
Yeah. I'm a little bit more comfortable with a monarchy. I don't know if you guys have ever read like Hans Hermann Hoppe and stuff like that, but
who? What? Sorry, read what?
Hans Hermann Hoppe. He wrote a book called Democracy: The God That Failed, and
Right.
yeah, he makes a pretty good case for monarchy just from like a responsibility of the elite perspective, like the idea that a monarchy has more of an incentive to pass on the nation better than they found it, whereas in a democracy, the time preference is just to sort of use it up as much as you can because you're going to be out of your term anyway, and
pillage what you can while the going's good.
Right, and I think that's actually like fair. It kind of assumes that your king gives a crap about what his kids inherit.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Like you could say, well, you get bad kings, yeah,
Right.
but like democracy, it's all bad all the time.
Yeah. Well, I
They're
think
bad a lot of the time for sure.
I would argue representative democracy failed, and giving women the vote failed. That's what really did us in. Because men are responsible, but women aren't. I mean, people blame the destruction of Western civilization on the First World War. What actually happened is we gave women the vote, basically, and that's torn everything. And then, 20, 30 years later, we've lost the British Empire, and America's taken over, and we're having a sexual revolution, and the foreigners are pouring in. So it's the women I would blame.
What I wonder,
a phrase that you don't get to hear a lot: toxic femininity.
Yeah,
I wonder if the voting was as societally disruptive as the women in the workforce. I almost feel like the women in the workforce is actually bigger in terms of societal change than the voting. But
well, women have always worked. You've always had working class women. I mean, the whole ideal of the woman staying at home being a middle class. This is a very middle class ideal, which appeals.
It was a 1950s middle class American thing, yeah.
Yeah. But working class women have always worked, and I just don't think that's the problem. I just think you've cucked the men essentially, because women are attracted to powerful men, and if you give women the political power, then you've basically diminished the power of the men, and then the women don't respect the men anymore, and you just end up going into a death cycle.
There was more of a division in Labour, though. In like
Do you
you had male jobs, and then you had women jobs.
Did the voting directly affect that what you're saying though, Brutus? Like, do you think that directly affected relations between the sexes in that way?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it happened straight away. I think it took many decades to take effect, because obviously the gender roles were established, and it's taken a long time for them to break down. But gradually over time, they've broken down. I mean, the women have got no respect for the men anymore. They just, they laugh at us.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. I do wonder, like you mentioned a second ago with the women in the workplace, and I think you're right that the idea that a woman would never work and the husband would earn enough income for like an upper middle class lifestyle no matter what, that was definitely sort of a 50s thing. But was it an expectation in like the late 1800s that women would work full time, like as kids?
Yeah, they'd like, you'd be looking after kids, but then they'd also be like weaving and stuff, and they'd have all this they'd be doing work to make money for the household.
Yeah, the barefoot and pregnant thing, that is very 50s. But the idea that like as girls are growing up, they're being told you're high, you need to have a career and go to college, and like that I think is relatively new, as in like the last like 4 or 5 decades.
And like I was saying, it's the same work for men and women. You go in the office,
right, and that is different too,
Yeah, whereas there was more variety. Like even like in like you go medieval times, like the getting the harvest in, it would generally be like the men would be out with the siding that, and then you'd have the women and children behind gathering it all up and baling it. So there was even in something like that communal, there was that division.
When you said medieval times, my mind went to, there's like this restaurant here in Texas.
I know,
You know that?
I know.
That was my first thought when you said that.
Have you seen those videos of women being interviewed, and sort of like they're talking about like the income that men have to have? And I've heard figures like, I wouldn't date a man unless he's earning £400,000 or $400,000. Sorry. And I'm like, really?
Yeah.
I think a lot of that's social media, isn't it? It's just inflated there because they get so much attention from various different guys, and it just inflates It inflates their ego. They think that they're really hot when they're not. There's just a lot of thirsty men out there.
Yeah, thirsty Indian men.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, that's the other death. I mean, you really want to look at it like women are pro-immigration. Many of them, because it's more men competing for them. I mean, it's disgusting.
Yeah, but they don't want them though.
Do you think they're doing that calculus, or do you think it's subconsciously actually?
Women don't calculate anything.
Yeah,
it's all subconscious.
Yeah, it probably makes sense. I mean, how often do I advocate for the allergy immigration policy? Nearly every stream. I'm dead serious about that. I genuinely think that would sort a lot of crap out in this country.
I think the mechanism there is probably just female mentality and compassion towards the other as like a thing, as opposed to the idea that they're somehow going to ship in more men to like laud them. You know, I don't know.
It's the other, so long as the other is over there. Once the other is on the train with them, then it gets a bit uncomfortable.
Bad. Yeah, well, that's why all the it's all the wealthy women, right, that are pro mass immigration, because they don't have to actually live in a multicultural society with tons of conflict and issues, you know.
Yeah, but you got to understand, like Mercian points out every week, like if we had hundreds of thousands of hot young Thai girls enter the country, right, the women would shut it down straight away.
That's fair. Probably right.
It's competition for them. But when it's grubby Indian men, they look in the other direction. Well, it's just true.
When it's fighting age males,
yeah. When it's fighting age males, they look in the other direction.
Well, I have a question on gender dynamics here for all the British people. So the average age of marriage in the U.S. is 30 for men and 28 for women. I just googled this. In the UK, it's 35 for men and 32 for women. And I just looked at Sweden, and it's like about the same as the UK. I think it's actually maybe a little bit older, 36 for men. Are you guys married? And what's the disparity between like what seems like Europe and the marriage ages and the US? Because ours has been going up too, but at least the people I know, you know, in Europe seem to, kind of like Germany and Norway and a few other places, the idea of them getting married in their like mid-20s is beyond the pale. Like that's crazy to them to think about. Whereas in the US, it's much more common.
Well, the answer is no, and we're poorer, basically.
Yeah.
It's the sad thing. I mean, people just can't afford it. So, and that's it.
Yeah.
Do you think it's just economic, or
I think
really?
a little bit. I mean, my answer is no, and bitches be cray.
Just what? Sorry, what did you say?
What did you say?
Bitches be cray.
Oh, cray. Okay, crazy.
Yeah.
I don't think English women are more crazy than I think your American women are probably a lot worse than ours.
They probably are, but our English women get a lot from American women. It's infected the West. I mean, you know, again, my allergy immigration policy, we imported even hot women from Eastern Europe. Doesn't even need to be Thailand. You can move anywhere in the world.
Yeah,
you're going to find that they're easier to date and marry than any English or American woman, or any French woman, or any Western European or American woman.
Well, I think that's probably a part of it. Like, as much as fuss is made about European demographics, we are still more white than America. That's probably part of it.
Yeah, I don't think our women are worse than American women. I just think that we're so much poorer. Nobody can afford a house, basically. I mean, this is what it comes down to. I mean, you want to talk about the sex question and the dating question. You got to read Alan McFarlane. Okay, you got to understand Anglo culture right at its root from an anthropological perspective, and you go back into Anglo-Saxon history, and the standard was that the boy would leave home at 14, he would work, he would buy land, and then he would get himself a wife at roughly the age of like 24 or something like this. And we've always had late marriages in Anglo-Saxon culture. Rich people got married a lot younger, but that's because they had the wealth. Right. But previously, women would not marry a man unless he had land, because why would you? And that's that's kind of always been the standard. So we've always had relatively late marriages, but it's just people can't afford it.
Yeah,
people
so
can't afford it. They can't afford to settle down now.
I got married at 21.
Oh wow!
And we've been married for 5 years, and we lived together in a 1-bedroom apartment for the first like couple of years we got married, and we just recently built a house, and it's definitely interesting though, because I think it's kind of a paradox where you don't think you can do it economically until you do, and then it's sort of like God kind of figures it out for you. Like it just is sort of just kind of what happens. And I think there's some studies on this of like married men making more money when after they get married, even though they don't have like an increase in their skills. Like it's kind of an unexplained margin where they just start to make more money. And so I'm always encouraging young guys like to just not be waiting around. But I understand, our economic situation in the U.S. is different from you guys. Although home ownership here is also very difficult too. I mean, it's getting pretty bad.
I believe what you say. I think people should just do it, but unfortunately, I don't know. I'm old, so I kind of I missed it. I'm in my 40s. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Yeah,
like over 50% of Americans are also living paycheck to paycheck, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So it's no savings. So yeah, I think it is probably a bit of a demographic thing. If you just compared white Americans and like white Europeans, it's probably
I think
more similar.
Americans are kind of more willing to just sort of like figure it out as we go. I think there's some of that, and some of that I think results in a lot more issues where people get into really bad financial situations and get screwed over. But at the same time, there's a clip from Tucker Carlson that like before he really started getting a lot more weird, but back in the day where he would talk to groups of young people and he'd say, like have more kids than you think you can afford, get married when you think you're not ready. Like he was just directly telling people this. And the people that I know that have really, really had things work out in their favor long-term with relationships and things like that are the people that say that. They're just like, you just got to just do it.
Yeah, just do it.
Yeah.
There are the people though who try to have a child to save the relationship. And that I've never seen that work. I've never seen that work once.
Yeah, if your marriage is horrible. I mean, and I don't know. I mean, are you guys Christians or what's y'all's religious background?
I'm an atheist.
I believe in God, but I'm not a Christian.
Okay.
He's a Muslim.
I'm not a Muslim.
Wow.
No, I'm not a Muslim. Jesus Christ, no.
Not yet, anyway.
That's one thing. As like a Christian, I can't imagine. Like I
don't think I would be. What the fuck? I don't like Muslims. Hello.
Like I said, not yet. It's all on the cards for us the way things are going.
I wouldn't be able to go through with the snippety snip, the circumcision.
Oh, Americans do though. That's weird. You
guys got to give that up. Yeah, that's no good. Yeah.
Well, the thing I was going to, I mean, like I do know it's tough. Well, globally, really. I just don't understand. I don't understand why, because I think Bruce, I don't know if you want to pull this up. It's sort of like income to how much a house costs versus income to what a house costs in America. I don't.
Oh, right.
And I do understand the economics of difference. Like you have a tipping culture, and it feels like, from what I've seen, it's sort of like if you go to a restaurant, you almost give him 50% of that is the tip.
It's more like 15, but yeah.
And there's an Anglo, my brain just explodes at the whole tipping thing. But then, I do get the whole service thing. You have much better service. And I used to work behind a bar at a hotel, and we had an American stay. And let me tell you, he got all the attention, and just because he tipped.
He tips,
yeah.
But I don't know whether is it worth going over like how big of a house and how much houses are compared to America versus Britain. Is that worth doing or?
Well, I'm looking.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
now,
you've definitely got more land. I mean, you've got empty land. Like you just said, you've built your own house. Like that's not really so easy to do on our island. Like we are very, very densely populated.
Right. No, I just Googled it. And, It definitely. You guys just get paid less. Honestly, like y'all's average salary is just so much lower than ours.
I think some of those American salaries are a bit inflated. I think some of the numbers are a bit fake, but I do see it does vary a lot when like Americans come over to Europe, where they're from in America. Like if you see people from LA or New York and stuff, they come over and say, "Oh wow, cost of living is so much cheaper here."
Right.
Whereas like I don't know, you're Arkansas or something, then it's suddenly a lot more expensive.
Well,
so there seems to be huge variety within America.
Where we were living before we moved and built a house, my mortgage on my house will ultimately be less than our rent for our 1-bedroom apartment, and we're in Texas.
Yeah,
and we moved into a much more rural area, and we like that. I mean, now with Starlink and stuff, especially, it's excellent. But that's obviously not an option for everybody. So, depending on work and stuff too, because most jobs are in cities. I don't like being in the city. I hate the idea of having to be like an hour away from getting out of it, and that always bugged me when I lived in the city.
So I've just in the private chat, I've just typed in house prices in Birmingham, and then I've looked for. I couldn't think of American city, but so I thought Birmingham, Alabama. If you want to compare,
I think it's a pretty low income area.
Well, I mean, like I just thought 2 Birminghams, but if there's 2 cities like for like, I mean, we could do.
I don't know enough about the UK to be able to tell you, to be honest, man. I mean, I know that the GDP per capita of our poorest state, which is Mississippi, I believe was higher than the GDP per capita in the UK.
GDP's bullshit, though.
Yeah, it is, but it's also like kind of not.
And it is also like they say that, but Mississippi does not exist as an island. No, it's still connected to all the rest of the United States. So it's a bit dodgy, but
what's the stat that goes around that Britain is poorer than Mississippi?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's the one.
Oh,
wow,
sorry.
Looking at all of y'all's houses is just wild to me. It's like either a Soviet block or it's like a beautiful $2 million cottage. That's crazy. Okay.
Oh, it depends where you are. You can get some nice places in different parts, but
very interesting.
I mean, Birmingham, Birmingham's bad.
Huh.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still surprising how expensive it is to live in Birmingham, considering the demographics of the place. I mean, that first house, 185,000, that's cheap to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think, I mean, square footage and everything.
Oh, these are all flats, like, because most of y'all live in flats, right?
Not really.
No?
Flats aren't as common as you might think.
Only
I mean, there are a lot of them, but they're not common.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only in cities again. And I'm like,
but like a townhouse and a flat is different, right? Because a flat is like an apartment.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. So a lot of people live in townhouses type thing.
Yeah, that's more common. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, those houses, a lot of people are going to live in houses like that.
I don't like to see my neighbor, man. I live on like 20 acres. I don't want to.
I will say there's nothing more cozy than a nice English cottage.
Yep.
That's peak Anglo. That's peak, like it's small and you're squashed in. Oh, but it's cozy. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah.
Why do y'all put tile in all your like tile in things like bedrooms is super weird for here, and y'all do it all over the place.
We don't do that.
I've seen that in Germany and a lot of places in the UK.
Germany's, but that's another thing. Your houses are made much more cheaply and worse. Like they're matchsticks and paper,
we have tons of lumber. That's the thing. We have tons of trees over.
So it's a lot cheaper to build an American house, whereas us, everything's brick and stone.
But we also have
how much did it cost to build your house? How much did it cost to build your house?
Like $330 probably, if you include land clearing and some land.
$330,000.
Yes.
Oh, okay. And how many bedrooms you got?
3.
Okay.
Too bad.
All right.
So I've been going through that Rightmove thing, right? I've just posted. I think that's an archetypal property in Birmingham that most people are going to be likely to live in.
Yeah,
All
if
right,
you're
hang on.
outside the city centre.
That one you just sent. Okay.
Yeah. That is.
Okay.
I think that represents the archetypal property that most people might live in. And
Okay,
look
so
at
it's
the price
still
of that.
attached, but it's not like not a townhouse.
Do you
Okay.
two disagree with that? That's an archetypal.
Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah.
Okay, someone explain the standalone bidet to me, because I have a bidet attachment for my toilet, but like, do you just like stand up and go over there and wash your butt off? Like, what's the deal on that?
Oh no, that's a posh thing.
Yeah,
we don't have.
I don't have. I don't have
French.
Why is it separate? Like, is it? I mean, is
It's
it
a French thing. It's not an English thing. It's French.
Well, right, but almost nobody here has them. But a lot.
But that's how they originally were. So it's just you know, like
Okay.
we've got houses with plumbing older than the entirety of America.
Right.
So
you just have like a poopy butthole, and you just sort of like waddle.
you go and
across the
sit in
room.
it. I think you just sit in it and spray like your attachment.
Yeah.
You want to ask the French or the Japanese
Yeah.
about bidets?
Okay. Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah.
It's not an Anglo thing.
Okay. What's the whole? You ever seen that bit? Was it Slavoj Zizek or whatever that guy's name is? That philosopher talking about toilets in Europe and how they all mean things.
Well, don't the Germans have like a platform where they like poo on it so they can
I've
look
heard
at their
that
poo?
in that bit from that philosopher guy, but I have not. I never saw that in Germany. So
I've heard someone that used to live there that said that's true.
I think the Germans just go into clubs and then they piss on the floor, which then leaks down onto the floor beneath them, which has people who enjoy that.
They go to their crazy Amsterdam clubs.
Have you heard of the Berghain? I think there's a very.
Oh, I don't want.
notorious
Yeah,
one.
the gay. Yeah, no. Well, gays are
pseudo Weimar insanity or whatever.
Yeah, they can't help it. They just got a calls to them.
We just talk about the Netherlands toilet. I've just posted a picture of a Netherlands toilet.
What are y'all's gun laws like? Is it just totally verboten?
Well,
Like,
No. That's a common misconception that Americans
how does it work?
Okay, so all kind of pistols are banned.
Yeah, pistols are a problem.
Yeah.
So no pistols,
You can buy a shotgun, and you can buy a rifle.
You
If
can
you
get
buy a
pistol.
shot. Go on.
Sorry, I was going to say, so you can get pistols, but you've got to have a barrel extension on them, and then a like a sort of a like coat hanger like backstop.
It has to be turned into a pseudo rifle. It can't just be a normal pistol.
yeah.
And only cops and other people.
There is exceptions for antiques. You can collect them, but they're still a bit controlled. And then you have two levels of license. So you got basic shotgun license, which you can have double barreled or pump action up to three shells in the magazine. That's basic shotgun license is relatively easy to get. You join a gun club, as long as you've got no criminal stuff, you should be able to get that.
Okay, so
Then
you have to join a gun club though. You can't just file. You have to actually have a. Or is it some formality?
Joining a gun club is it's what everyone recommends, because then they can sort of say, yeah, you're fine, and that sort of makes it quite easy.
Okay.
And plus, I don't think it's a bad idea, because it's then you're taught how to use it properly and safety. So I think that's quite a good thing. But then you've got a level 2 license, which is rifles. So you can have semi-automatic up to 22 caliber, and
up
then
to 22.
Yeah.
You mean
so you
under like over 20? 22 is tiny.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
So you can have semi-automatic rifles up to that. Like you can have a semi-automatic AR-15 type in 22 caliber.
Okay.
And that's used for like sporting stuff mainly.
Okay. So like target shooting, fun.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, gotcha.
Then you can have any rifle like up to including 50 caliber in bolt action, or like like a straight pull bolt.
Okay.
So you get like AR-15s that are just straight pull. And you can have as long as bolt action,
you pull that slide back for to chamber every round. Oh, that's interesting. I've never heard of that before. Okay, interesting.
Yeah. But you can have any rifle up to that. You can have like 50 caliber and Browning heavy rifles, anti-material rifles with that still. So and shotguns, the level 2 license also increases your shotguns to semi-automatic magazine fed shotguns as well. That's legal,
but not semi-automatic rifles above 22. That's okay.
But semi-automatic shotguns are fine.
Okay,
but they're level 2.
If I
So
were
there-
going to make a gun control system, this sounds like the more reasonable one, in the sense that, like, it's my understanding that the most killings, murder is from handguns.
with
and that kind
handguns,
of
yeah,
thing,
that's
and,
that's why they're banned.
right. Yeah, makes sense.
Whereas, like in America, your gun control is all about the rifles, which aren't used in crime so much. But they're sort of
well, yeah, our gun control is stupid, but that's why I live in
I know,
Texas.
I agree, but yeah, the people who talk about it all want
Right,
rifles
exactly.
banned.
They all want to ban AR-15s and stuff, which
Yeah.
those are semi-automatic rifles, but they're not
Yeah.
like you're not the vast.
If you look
majority
at
of
the murders, yeah,
It's
but yeah, so
because
it's
concealed pistols, isn't it? It's
exactly,
basically what it is.
yeah.
What's
So
that?
it's because you can conceal them. That's why they're.
Oh yeah. Well, see, in Texas, you don't need a license not just to own any gun, but you also don't need a license to conceal carry now. So I just carry a gun around and nobody knows.
Yeah.
I keep a gun in my car. Yeah.
I'd like much looser.
Oh, you live in
gun control.
Texas?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a Texas hat?
I actually do. I actually have a cowboy hat on a nail right by my back door.
Good man. Because I've been saying for many years now, from a trad perspective, as an outsider to America, you guys have got your own trad kind of culture going on with cowboy culture, Texas cowboy culture.
Yeah.
And just to segue into the Hitler thing, like all the white nationalists on the internet, instead of celebrating your extremely virile, masculine cowboy culture and wearing cowboy hats and celebrating America when America was great, they're instead, worshipping Adolf Hitler, which is completely retarded.
That's exactly right. I've had a lot of conversations with folks, even about some of the Confederate stuff, which is like there's a lot of Old South, very, very Christian traditionalist stuff that can be drawn from, and it's not so much because people are very, very absorbed with trying to rehabilitate Nazi Germany for one reason or another. So I 1000% agree with you on that one. So
yeah, because didn't John Wayne himself say that he was a white supremacist or something along those lines?
Oh, I don't know about that. Maybe I don't know.
No, he really did.
No, maybe I don't know. I mean, that's the thing is like
he was gay though.
John Wayne was gay.
Yeah, some of his diaries were sold in an auction after he died, and in it he's got all these gay thoughts in them.
Oh, Brokeback Mountain was about.
Are you thinking of Rock Hudson? I think you're thinking of Rock.
No,
Hudson.
John Wayne. No, it's
shut
up.
John Wayne was not gay. What the fuck? No, mate.
I don't know about this.
Stop it.
Yeah, I've just googled this, and I don't know, man. Send me some article or something, because I'm seeing a lot of stuff about how he was friends with Rock Hudson, but we all knew Rock Hudson was gay.
John Wayne, don't stop being a subversive. Come on, the man's a hero. Like what is this?
You're seeing him like smack women around in those old movies. Come on.
Yeah, because he was like.
I guess it is a little gay, actually.
Women hating gay. You got the two types of gay. You got the two types of gays. You got the manly I hate women gays. Then you got the California hairdresser gays.
He was a bear or whatever it is. Yeah, maybe so. No, I don't think so.
Man,
I don't think so.
Yeah, come on.
No, but I mean that's the thing is even the racial characteristic that the South had in the U.S. was very different from the German like racial worldview, and even just seen in like how the Germans thought about Slavs and stuff and Poles.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is some stuff that's so totally alien to us in the States, and the sort of a lot of the racism that was in the South and in some places still maybe exists, kind of sprinkled around a little bit, was largely benevolent. And it was much more of a view of blacks as being somebody that white man's burden type
white
thing.
man's burden, yeah.
It's
fun. It's funny seeing that the sort of some of the American Wignats jumping on like Gavin Newsom because they recognize he gets it. He realizes that the blacks are inferior and he just wants to like help them. So they see him as.
I don't know about that from Gavin Newsom, but I know that I know the Groypers are trying to push him. Some of that's just aesthetics, I guess, but I don't know.
I think they do have a point on that. I think like Gavin Newsom generally does think that, and like it's his duty to try and protect them.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a lot of stuff like that that just like it never like it just doesn't need to be like it becomes a problem when it's verbalized and when you like try to push it on a culture. Like there's a natural understanding in a lot of the United States that that there are different neighborhoods that are racially broken down and that those are not places you want to live and all this. And like you don't need some guy going up there and trying to lead a movement of like white solidarity or whatever to get people to understand this. It just kind of makes everything worse for everybody and makes everybody pissed off. But even still, like we have some weird stuff in Texas with like all the H-1B stuff with mass immigration from India and that kind of thing. There's definitely a divide that's growing when it comes to the real crony corporatist people shipping in the third world, which so we have less refugees and more just like high IQ Indian people that are getting thrown.
How high is this high IQ?
Well, that's to be yeah. I mean, high enough at least to either navigate or cheat their way through the system to get here. I don't know if that's necessarily always reflective, but we're not getting like untouchables from India. You know what I mean? We're getting these are usually more upper class people that work at like tech companies and that kind of thing, but they're still very culturally.
What do you think of the idea that most blacks and Americans are actually mulattoes? This is a theory I've been pushing for some time, because here in England we get actual real Africans, and they work in the NHS. They basically bring them over here and they work in the NHS, and they've got like these big heads and they're weird teeth. And they're really, really black. Like they're really black, and they look like they just come out of the jungle or something like this.
Like Nigerians.
Well, they have.
Yeah, they have just come out of the jungle. Yeah, but they're really black. But in America, I mean, my theory of American blacks is that like the vast majority of them are just mulattoes. I mean, Beyonce.
I think they do.
Oh, all of them. Basically, all of them have had some sort of ancestor that is white. Yeah. I mean, that's just like, and frankly, very many Americans have somebody black in their distant family as well. Yeah. You'll see a blonde hair, blue-eyed guy that has like a fourth cousin or something that's black. Oh yeah. Cause just, I mean,
yeah.
That's why I was surprised. I thought I would have a more interesting genetic breakdown, like at least in terms of something sprinkled in there, and I was not surprised at all what I ended up with.
Do you think it would be one way to like heal the racial tension by pointing out to black people like actually you're mulattoes?
No, because they're a different race from Africans in their in their perspective.
Plus the response to that is, well, that's because you raped us.
Well, that too, right? They would say.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying that they fucking hate white people. I mean, if you point out to them that like your great granddaddy was white, like maybe it will calm. I'm just saying it because I used to live in Brazil, right? I used to live in Brazil, and obviously they're all mixed there, and they just didn't have the same kind of racial tension that they have in America.
Well, there it's just some kind of colorism thing where it's like it's only just visually how white you are, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it's more of that. Yeah.
They just didn't have this and they had slaves in Brazil previously, but they just didn't have this massive chip on their shoulder. But possibly because it was a Catholic culture, so they all like merged into Catholicism. And I think
the Portuguese are already brown though. I think that helps.
I think it just takes. I'm one of these guys that's like I don't believe assimilation for different races is impossible. I just think that it takes way longer than we've ever given. For. And I think people say, well, black people have been here a long time. How long do you think it takes? And like, I think several hundred more years, like I don't think it's like I really do think it takes many, many hundreds of years to really happen in a way that's organic and doesn't cause even more strife and conflict. And
there was one of these South American countries where they had the natives and then they had the Spanish, and the dictator in charge just decided, okay, you've all got to breed together. So it was you're only allowed to couple with someone from the other group.
That's
so all like
bad.
The Spanish ones and the native ones all had to mix. And I think it did stop the ethnic conflicts because, well, you just bred them all together. So that's that.
Yeah. Well, I have some like serious moral issues of that.
Threatened doing this in France. I mean, do you remember the famous clip? Or maybe it's been memory hold by now, but I remember first getting involved in the alt-right 10 years ago. And there was a clip Sarkozy saying they're going to have forced miscegenation in France.
I was about to say, isn't this part of the 2035 Labour manifesto?
Yeah. No, I think
how do you even
I think that's
enforce
just
that?
Muslims rape white girls. I think that's all it is. I don't think the white guys get anything out of it. Unfortunately.
Well, no, okay, that's the 2035 Labour manifesto.
Yeah. Not gonna get my black girlfriend. Labour's not gonna give me a black girlfriend or whatever. Unfortunately. Yeah. Do you wanna should we get on and like talk about Adolf Hitler didn't love Christ? I mean, this is I should probably promote your I'll put you on
Yeah,
Twitter
you throw it up
profile
there. I'm curious what made y'all interested in this, because the feedback I got a second ago when I asked was if you guys were Christians, was somebody was an atheist, somebody was a deist, and then I'm not sure the
right,
term on here. So I was curious kind of what made y'all interested in that particularly.
We're interested in everything.
Oh, okay.
We're interested. Look, my whole story. If I could just, my whole story. Basically, I got involved in the alt-right in 2016. Started making videos. Had some of my videos posted on Daily Stormer. I've had my YouTube channel shut down multiple times. Around about 2020, I got fed up with the neo-Nazi stuff because I saw that the neo-Nazis were very, very anti-English, and specifically, excuse me, there was a video like by some guy called Cultured Thug. I don't know if you remember.
I know him. I've been in.
I remember him. I used to talk to him.
Yeah. So he did a video basically saying like, white English girls deserve to be raped by Muslims because England, the English people are the Jews of Europe, and they won the Second World War and they defeated Hitler. And I'm just thinking like, wow, this is just too much. Like you fucking people hate the English. So I just got fed up with the whole neo-Nazi thing. I got fed up with the Adolf Hitler thing. I started looking into the Second World War, and I just think that essentially nobody wanted that war to happen. Everybody was totally exhausted from the First World War.
Right.
And if Hitler had just been peaceful, nobody would have invaded him. Right. Nobody would have kicked like nobody disturbed Mussolini. Mussolini, obviously he marched on Rome in 1922. He was the fascist dictator of Rome. Nobody cared. Nobody gave a shit. Nobody wanted to invade. In a similar way, Hitler could have been the fascist dictator of Germany for 10, 20, 30, 40 years, and nobody would have touched him. The only reason the war started was because he invaded Austria. And then the Sudetenland, and then Prague, and then Poland, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Well,
So
didn't you hear that the Jews declared war on Germany, though? Didn't you see that newspaper?
Well, that's just
headline?
like a newspaper. like this is just like
exactly.
I just think I think like the English race. We conquered the entire world. We built the British Empire, and the English race as an ethnicity are still to this day the dominant racial ethnicity of this world. If you look at the Anglosphere, if you look at America, Canada, England, Australia, New Zealand, we are still the dominant economic, political, and cultural force in the world. So if you're a white nationalist, you should be rallying behind that. You should be rallying behind the English race. You should not be rallying behind Adolf Hitler. I think it's a mistake. I don't hate the guy. I recognize that he was brave in the First World War. He was a warrior. He was a soldier. He obviously loved the German people, but I just don't think he's the hero for us. And I think it's stupid and retarded that we rally behind him. And I think it's poison. And I think that so many English people, they're very, very upset about what's happening to the country. They go on the internet and they try to find somebody nationalistic and ethno-nationalistic who cares about the country, and they'll see somebody with a Union Jack or a picture of Alfred the Great or whatever, and they think, oh, great, somebody who cares about England. And then underneath the cover, they're like, oh, at least we're not speaking German. And then there'll be like some meme with like Adolf Hitler doing the Heil Hitler and this and that. And it's like, well, we fought a war against them. Like, my granddad fought in the Second World War. It's like, do you wish my granddad was dead? Like, do you wish I was never born? Like, what is this? This is insane. The British people are never going to rally behind this person. I think it's silly. So I mean, that's what attracted me to your Twitter account. I mean, there's another Twitter account who I'd like to get on the show. I don't know if you've heard of the guy. He's called Hitler Hated Slavs, which I thought was a
okay, yeah. I know him.
Yeah, you know it was.
Yeah.
So you know, so there are very few people that have actually like.
I am the OG Hitler hated account, by the way.
Are you really? Oh wow.
Yes, I started the whole freaking thing. So
what about Hitler loved Christ? What about him?
That's I think is that Plot Sickens or whatever his name is. His whole thing was to counter me. That was the whole point of why he made that account. They made an entire AI voice documentary that like tried to like kind of refute my premise of my account, and it was just real weird because there are a lot of Christian identity guys. You familiar with Christian identity? What that is? It's
yeah,
like,
do you know Sven Longshanks?
I know of him.
I used to do a live stream.
I know them.
Is he British Israelism or whatever?
Yeah, I used to do a podcast with Sven Longshanks. It was called SS Britannia. We did it in 2016, 2017. And for like a whole summer or maybe 6 months or maybe a year, I did a podcast with Sven Longshanks. He believes that black people don't have souls.
Oh my God.
And that Adam and Eve were white. He's got an interesting point to make. I mean, I don't know if you've heard this, but he says like
I probably have.
But Eve blushed, right?
Oh yeah. So like, can they
she's...
blush if he's yeah.
Yes, because apparently black people can't blush, which means they're never ashamed of anything, which is kind of like an interesting.
There's some pretty in-depth stuff around the biblical language on that indicate that it's an emotion. It's not what it looks like, but. Anyway, I definitely have heard a lot of that, and this Plot Sickens guy that I think is also Hitler loved Christ. I don't know. They have their own little circle. They're all CI guys, and what's weird is that in that documentary where they try to refute me, they pretty clearly assert or affirm the idea that Hitler thought that Paul perverted Christianity. So they're like anti-Pauline, which you get to a point where it's like, how far outside of confessional Christianity can you get before it's like kind of irrelevant what you think about Hitler being a Christian? You know what I mean?
So what is this Christian identity stuff then?
So they believe that the 12 tribes of Israel were the European races. And,
that lot, yeah.
Right, and that sort of morphed
Israelis,
into Christian identity in the United States, but they get into a lot of real kooky stuff around like a belief of the Hebrews being Aryan, and then like all of the non-white races being descendants of either Nephilim or demons or something.
They've got some interesting ideas. Like if you look at the Viking sails that they have in their ships, they look very similar to the sails of the or what are they called in the Mediterranean? Oh, my mind's gone blank. Oh, fuck, damn it! Who was Dido? Remember Dido? You remember in Virgil's the Aeneid? Aeneas, he goes to see Dido. What were those guys? The Carthaginians, Phoenicians. Yeah, they make the point that the Vikings have the same sails, like with the red and the white that the Phoenicians had. I don't know. But it's just an interesting point, right?
I don't think that there's I don't think there's any biblical scholars that believe that there was this sort of mass migrational group of.
Well, some of them think that it actually all took place in Europe, like all these ancient biblical places are actually like in Scotland.
Really, I haven't heard that part of this.
This is like the British Israelis, and they sort of say like in Scotland, like. Some place will begin with S and C, and then they'll link it to some biblical place in the Middle
I think
East.
they might have stripped that kind of thing out in the Christian or in the American version, which became Christian identity because it was
rather than it's like the we were the real Jews sort of stuff.
No, it's exactly it's the we was kings for whites. I mean that's
there's a tradition that the Welsh are like one of the lost tribes of Israel because apparently the national flower of the Welsh is the dandelion. Is it? No, it's a daffodil. And the daffodil has got six petals, like a 6-pointed star. I don't know. I just something I heard.
Or is it just a daffodil?
I know it's good. I mean,
there's so many ways to make a flower, dude. I don't know.
I kind of like it. I mean, I think we should accept English history, warts and all. I kind of like the idea that we are Jerusalem. No. I think it's funny.
I think it could be
That's
like a
right.
meme. It gets too far when it's like, because some of these guys, man, they just have so much like just vitriolic hatred, and it's very antithetical to a Christian
And then you
worldview.
got the Black Hebrew Israelites there as well.
Well, they're the same way. I mean, you're talking to some of those guys, they hate white people, man. They are super virulent.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, but I mean, we look whenever we coronate a king, the anthem is Zadok the priest. Do you know what I mean? I'm just putting that out there. We are Jerusalem. We are Jerusalem. Okay, we sing the song.
Have y'all seen that Sweet Home Jerusalem video? Hold on.
No, the king gets anointed with a special oil, just like it's stated in the Bible.
The y'all know Sweet Home Alabama, the song.
Yeah.
Mike Huckabee in the U.S. He went to Jerusalem and sang a
Oh,
cover of this
song. Oh, this was so bad.
I'll put it in the chat. Let me see if I can.
Oh wow!
I thought this was AI.
Dude.
I had a hard time believing this was real until I actually watched it, and it's unbelievable. I don't know if you can play something with sound, but this is one of the most surreal things that's happened this year in politics.
Okay, hang on. Just give me a second.
Sweet Home Jerusalem.
Wow. Is it pure cringe? Am I gonna die of cringe?
It's pretty good. Yeah. It's actually better than you would expect, but it's because of the content. It's cringe.
Wow.
There he is.
Is this peak boomer?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
really? It's got to be, isn't it?
I don't think it can go more than this.
Yeah.
Maybe if there was like a catheter ad in the middle or something, that would be.
He's even got his little hat on. He's got his little hat on.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Oh wow!
Can't have God seeing those thoughts in his head.
Oh wow!
Just 2 days and we are through.
I forgot they changed all of the lyrics.
Then we start from the beginning.
You can't see the singer. Who's the singer?
Hashem's holy words begin anew.
I love that it's so produced too. You know what I mean? It's so produced.
Well, is he singing or talking?
Yeah, he's got a terrible. He can't sing.
Yeah, he can't sing, but.
Based right here in God's holy city. Throughout this land, it's saving lives.
Here it is.
Sweet home, Jerusalem.
Okay, I've had enough of that. Fuck off. Jesus Christ.
Speaking of the catheter advert, right? I have a VPN and I've moved it to America. What is it with your adverts? I'm constantly being bombarded by pharmaceutical adverts. I've never known anything like it.
Yeah.
How are you going to know what drugs to take if they don't advertise it? Come on, man.
Yeah.
Ask your doctor about Joe Blockadak or whatever the heck, you know?
It's just the amount of them. I knew I'd get different types because I've moved my VPN to all over Europe and everything, and it's usually like an insurance company here or some of the product that I'm familiar with. And it's the first time I've ever had drugs advertised to me. America, first advert, drugs.
I think Big Pharma.
We don't really
is the
have
biggest...
this in England, do we?
No,
we
you
don't.
don't. This is an American thing.
I think Big Pharma are the biggest advertisers in the US, aren't they?
They're definitely one of the biggest.
On television, I think they're the biggest.
What I think is weird is it's not the ones that are like controlling your diabetes, because those it's like kind of makes sense to me in terms of how many people, but it's the ones I've seen that are for like people who have not schizophrenia. What is it called? What is it? Split personality.
I've seen ones for schizophrenia. I've seen one for
they have some weird
for a virus I've never heard in my entire life.
Yeah, they've got some really, really weird ones that it's hard to imagine that there's payoff to advertise for these, like, you know, tiny portions of the population that have these issues. I think they may just be catching people who are hypochondriacs, maybe. You know what I mean? People that don't even need it.
I mean, I think it's just buying off the system, really spreading around this sort of corruption from that.
Can y'all advertise hard liquor on television?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a recent change in the US, actually.
You can't do that?
You couldn't until a couple years ago. Maybe like 5 years ago, something like that. They changed their law on that. You could do beer ads, but you couldn't have like buy Jack Daniels during like a football game or something.
But the the big pharma ads, I don't get, because like, are you going into your doctor? You're on some drug for whatever,
yes,
and it's working.
Yes.
And then like do you go in and say, oh, I saw this advert for this other one.
Yes.
And it's got a really fun jingle.
Yes.
Like, does the doctor care?
Yeah, they'll just give it to you. that's really the answer, because I mean, big pharma also lobbies all these doctors.
Yeah, they're all paid off. Yeah.
So like that's exactly what happens. Somebody sees they have like issue with arthritis, and they see an advertisement, and they're already on some drug, and they say, hey, can we use this one instead? And the doctor's like, sure. Yeah, that's what happens.
Because sometimes I think about running off to America. I mean, like there's the whole thing. I think Trump said he might be offering asylum to Europeans.
He won't. If he does, it'll be like 10.
Yeah.
It'll probably be Tommy Robinson. Probably that's it.
Wait, say that. What is it?
You don't. Right. Okay. So I saw this in a YouTube video, so I don't know if I can find an article or anything that's
unverified information. Unverified
information.
Yeah, it's just Trump talking shit, basically.
What did he say?
Official about refugee status to Europeans who speak against mass migration.
Oh,
but,
I mean, that would be based, yeah.
Yeah, but it's only going to be like Tommy Robinson.
Yeah, it's not going to be a bunch of people, because yeah, there's not enough.
But the reason I bring it up, so I was thinking about it, and I was thinking, do you know what? I reckon I could make a good go of it in America, but I don't think I'll be able to get past those pharma commercials. I'd do my head in. That'd be my only reason not to go.
Do y'all have a bunch of people on Ozempic over there, or do y'all have a different name for it?
That's starting. It's not as bad in America, but yeah, it's come over here as well.
Okay.
I despise it, because being fat is a sign of moral weakness. If you are fat, you are morally a bad person who cannot control yourself. And Ozempic is just a way to sort of just erase the consequences of your bad immoral actions, stuffing your face.
They're on about giving it to people on benefits. I know that much.
Oh yeah, because they're too fat to work.
Where are you streaming, by the way? You need to be careful what you're scrolling on my timeline.
Oh, it's okay.
Not trying to get you banned, man.
No, I don't. I mean, whatever. Fuck the British government. Fuck those cunts. I mean, the solution to fear is anger. I think I learned this a long time ago. You really just have to just tell these people to just the fuck right off, because they're a right bunch of dickheads, and you have to stick with that basically. Otherwise, you're just gonna get turned into a little sheep. Basically.
But just in case Brutus doesn't speak to them for the entire panel.
Yeah, MI5, if you're listening, peace and love live stream. We love everyone.
Oh, see, I wasn't even thinking about the government. I was thinking
about the N word.
I was just thinking if you're streaming on YouTube, but I mean, I don't know, whatever. Just because they ban people.
YouTube's chilled out a bit. Anyway, can I introduce you, because you've been very quiet, Evalian. I don't know if you have you met Evalian, the infamous and famous Evalian. She comes on our stream every now and again, sometimes every week. But she's the lady who famously.
Let's not play the video. Brutus.
We played the video before, but she's the happy birthday to Hitler. So you've been very quiet, Evalian. How are you? Have you had a good week, Evalian? Are you there? No, she isn't. Well, anyway, okay. Well, I tried to include her in the chat. So anyway, I thought I'd do that. Do you want to tell us how Hitler hated Jesus then? Should we just get down to the nitty gritty? Can we just?
Yeah, I mean, we can go through a lot of things.
Yeah.
I have a super thread on my Substack where I compile a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I didn't directly link it because it kills my algorithm, but my link tree has it. I can send you a direct link here. I got it pulled up.
Oh,
and I stole a lot of this, but that's because, historical research is all, you're all referencing the same stuff.
Right.
But I pulled a lot from a guy named Richard Weikart, who wrote a book on this topic, and then I kept adding more and more and more and more stuff to it, and now it's pretty long. But the general idea is that Hitler's perspective on Christianity was largely to control and maintain power in a population that was largely professing Christian. When he got into context where he was able to speak more freely about his ideology, he was very much against what we consider like confessional Christianity. The parts of Christianity that he sort of liked were the way that it was like very structural to help guide a population and to create like a cohesive culture. And he also sort of liked the idea of Jesus being sort of some Aryan's Übermensch that rebelled against the Jewish establishment. That was like how he conceptualized Christ. But as for the gospel itself, as for like a belief in the physical resurrection of Christ and that kind of thing, he did not believe that. He rejected it as sort of like a weak worldview. He thought it was indicative of a Europe that had sort of like gone off and become in love with their own fairy tales to their own detriment, that kind of thing. He talks about how the Sermon on the Mount is bad for a nation. The idea of turning the other cheek, loving your enemies, that kind of thing. That was disgusting to him, and that all comports with his personality and everything.
Isn't turning the cheek, that's sort of been a bit bastardized from its original interpretation, wasn't it? Because wasn't it originally supposed to be like when you were a slave or whatever, you were supposed to turn your left cheek or something so they could slap you with their left hand and not touch you. But if you turned your right cheek, then they couldn't slap you across the face.
There's a lot of different interpretations of it. The one that really that in my faith tradition, I'm Reformed, is really about long suffering in the face of evil, and the idea that responding to evil with grace and with goodness is what we're called to do as Christians. Now, there is a distinction between a state acting in that fashion versus an individual on some level, because we have passages like Romans 13, which talk about the duty of the state to uphold righteousness and justice and that kind of thing. But certain things like vengeance, right? That would be like that's what that's speaking against, right? Is the idea that when you're wrong, to not vengefully respond.
I do love my vengeance.
Right. Well, Americans do too. That's a huge theme. That's one part of our culture that has not been as Christianized as it probably ought to be, unfortunately.
Well, it's like the sort of original Christianity of the Middle East. That was a lot softer than when it came to Europe, and sort of got infused with this like pagan vitality.
There's definitely
crusades and stuff.
There's definitely an aspect of that. American Christianity, I think, has sort of bucked against a lot of what would be considered like medieval.
It's definitely become a lot softer again. Yeah,
right. And there's some kind of like, I don't know. It's hard to say like how much is softness versus
what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, like because I would say that there's definitely a point of saying like if the church is unwilling to point out sin because they're afraid of social retribution, I don't think that's soft. Like I would say that is softness, but it's like that's actual softness. Whereas someone who is long suffering and unwilling to hate his enemies, even if they're abusive to him because he loves the Lord, that's a different sort of mentality, right? That seems to be like almost a strength exhibited. So there's different kinds of ways of thinking of that, but when it comes back to Hitler, his sort of the parts of Christianity that he loved were things that were easy to sort of bastardize into the Germanic strength vitalist perspective, right? So like the story of Jesus overturning the tables in the temple wasn't in his mind about respect for the church and the idea of sacrifice being reduced to merely an economic activity, right? It was about him bucking against the usury of the Juden, you know what I mean? Which is just like not what that passage is about at all. Like there's just no reason to think that, but he saw he could use that in that way.
Did Hitler believe that Jesus was the son of a Roman soldier?
There is a is it Dietrich that says that?
What is the name of that Roman soldier? Can you?
I don't think he specifically says. That's recorded, I think, by Otto Dietrich.
I'm sure there's like a Jewish heavy metal band which took the name.
that specific sort of idea has
Am I
popped
wrong?
up a few times throughout history. I don't know what you're referencing specifically, though.
Oh, okay. Let me look it up. Jesus. Sorry, keep talking.
No, you're good. Let me pull up. I've got my own doc on this that I can find. That
I was just imagining. We have Christian rock. And I was just imagining Jewish rock.
Pantera. There it is. Yeah, Pantera. There was a rock band called Pantera, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So this is in a monologue from Hitler, the really infamous table talks from November 30th, 44. He talks about Christ possibly having a Jewish mother, but being the offspring of a Roman soldier. I don't think in that passage, because it's been a long time since I read that specific one. I'm just reading my own summary here. I don't think he talks about who that was specifically.
Anyway, there's a very famous band called Pantera. I'm pretty sure they're all flipping Jewish, and Pantera is the name of the Roman soldier who supposedly is Jesus' father. So Hitler didn't believe that. He didn't think that Jesus' father was a Roman soldier, because you just said earlier on that he thought Jesus was like some Aryan who rejected Judaism.
No, he did according to the Bormann recording his monologue from 44. He does not reference specifically Pantera, this Tiberius Pantera individual.
Wasn't Pantera the one where the guitarist got assassinated?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
I've never heard of this
band. A band like Pantera got assassinated. It was either Pantera or Sepultura or one of those sorts of bands.
Yeah, I don't know, mate.
Apparently, Origin originally references the conspiracy that he was the father of Christ.
Right. So
Origin references Celsius, but we don't have Celsius.
What was Hitler then? Was he a Norse pagan, or what was he?
No, he. I don't say he was a pagan. I think he probably had some pagan influences. There's some instances where he actually castigates. I think it's Himmler, I believe, for some of his like more esoteric neo-pagan stuff. He kind of mocks it.
Right.
So I think he was sort of a deistic, like Volk worshiper, who tried to keep some remnants of Christianity around in a format that would be helpful for the regime. And he pretty directly, like, there's a bunch of quotes in this super thread, especially talking to Goebbels and Rosenberg, sometimes both at the same time, independently recorded by them, where he talks about how like we have to keep Christianity around as a tool. Like they speak about it very pragmatically.
Kind of like what Marx thought, basically.
Do you think Hitler was a Marxist? Because I mean, he was in like some kind of communist party before he joined the National Socialist Party, and people have pointed out that he did achieve a Marxist goal in that he made the European capitalist powers fight against each other, which then gave the communist Soviet Union the opportunity to basically take half of Europe.
I don't think there was some kind of 5D communist chess or whatever. I think he was probably as communist as you can consider somebody who's economically socialist, communist just on that basis. Yeah. But I mean, you do have some, like, you do get some horseshoe theory kind of stuff going on, like how much of a command economy can you have, until it becomes that. Sorry, somebody said something?
As the war progressed, the NSDAP state became more capitalist. They were, doing deals with different corporations to manufacture weapons for the war. So it's like, in the beginning, I guess you could classify them as socialists, so they were on the left, but gradually they became more right as, the 1940s progressed.
Well, the founder of the Junkers aircraft company, he just wanted to make passenger planes, and the state came to him and said, "You've got to make warplanes." Right. He refused, so they just threw him in prison for the rest of his life and nationalized his entire company.
Yeah, wartime behavior like that too is also hard to figure out if it's representative of their perspective, because, I mean,
this was before the war started.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. Well, but it's still within the framework of like spooling up for it.
It was close, yeah, exactly. They wanted their warplanes. he
I don't.
refused.
I am not an economist, and I don't get into a lot of the economic stuff surrounding this. The most I've ever gotten to is looking into some of the extreme over leveraged debt stuff that was going on up until the time they lost the war, and but I don't think the right and left in most people's mind are actually defined economically anyway.
What about the Krupp factory? I mean, company. Like they were booming during World War II in Germany.
With Siemens and stuff, especially too. Yeah, I mean, he didn't like get rid of all private enterprise. He just sort of nationalized it.
like-
The idea is everything had to serve the Volk, and
Yeah,
the
it was
Volk,
like-
and like the embodiment of the Volk spirit was Hitler and the nation. Like that's how it worked out.
I mean, Mussolini summed it up. It was the merger of the corporation and the state.
Yeah, yeah.
They originally had these labor vouchers when they first got elected that they did away with right before war was declared.
That's right. And they swapped them for MIFO bills, which were like, ironically, they were usury. I mean, that this is one thing I get into a lot of conversations with on the theological side, because people will say, well, Hitler eliminated usury. And it's like, well, the whole government was propped up on usury. Like the whole point was selling interest on treasury bonds and bills. And like, that's how the whole thing was funded. I don't know how you can say that if that's the whole way the whole thing ran. Anyway, but
what I never understand is why they didn't just go for Arian Christianity, because I mean it's got the right name and everything. Like you've got the Arius controversy in the Council of Nicaea. Like Arius is kicked. He's slapped in the. There's a famous painting of it, isn't it? Like he's slapped in the face and he's kicked out. But the Germanic people adopted Arian Christianity, which was a Christianity which thought that Jesus was more of a prophet and not the Son of God. And this was rejected by the Mediterranean people.
Well,
so you have this kind of like division already there within Europe between the Meds and the Germanics, basically the North and the South. So I mean, I just thought I don't know. I always just think like why don't white nationalists and Nazis go for Arian Christianity? Because it just seems like
I mean, the main thing with that, isn't it, just that the Trinity is not a thing, and they're all separate individuals rather than the same.
Well, they accepted.
It does seem to be something that's made up. I mean, they voted for it. And Jesus never mentioned the Trinity. So
yeah, he calls himself God. I mean, there's several places where that's pretty clear. But you're right in terms of like the laying, like he doesn't lay it out in a systematic theological way. The existence of the Trinity is a necessity based on a belief in a bunch of different passages all being true at the same time. That's really what it is. But Christ does claim to be God. I mean, there's several places where like the Pharisees attempt to kill him immediately after saying that, or referencing scripture that indicates that to the Pharisees. Anyway, but.
Yeah, I mean, I just think I don't know. It just feels like to me, like looking at European history, it just seems like there's always been a division between the South and the North. The North being Germanic, the South being Mediterranean, the South being very Roman, and the Romans have always seemed to accept and tolerate more of a totalitarian society with the plebs and the patriarchs, and whereas the Germans have always been more free. And it just seems very interesting to me that the Germanic people accepted a more kind of what seems to me to be a more free version of Christianity, in which Jesus is not God. He's just a prophet. He's a holy man. We love him. We respect him, but he's not actually God himself. It seems more sane. It seems more like something like if you talk to the average man on the street today and
I don't think the Arians
and they say, yeah, Jesus was a holy man, but they wouldn't say Jesus is God. It just seems like a little bit like outlandish and crazy.
I don't think they say that Jesus is a prophet. The Arianism it's just that Jesus is the Son of God. And
yeah, it's just not that he's God.
Okay, it's a manifestation. He's not actually God himself, but it's just slightly tamed down.
But he is fully divine.
The liberal Christians actually did accepts a kind of form of that of a denial of Christ being God, but before the rise of Nazism in Germany, what the Nazis really leaned into more was Marcionism, So they really pushed the idea that the Old Testament, like the God of the Old Testament, was evil, and that represented like what became Talmudic Judaism and that kind of thing. So like they'll reference Christ calling the father of the Jews Satan, and say that that's actually referencing Yahweh in the Old Testament. And so they believe that Yahweh is not God. They think that Jesus is God, but they get rid of the Old Testament Yahweh, which really completely destroys the biblical narrative. Like, it doesn't make any sense at all. But they leaned more that direction. In fact, I can send.
What's that called? What ism is that?
Marcionism.
Marcionism.
Yeah, that's a really old one as well. But there was more of that going on.
I would vote for Marcionism if I was a Christian.
Just so you don't have to be attached to the Jews and that one.
Oh yeah, I would throw the entire Old Testament in the ocean, to be honest with you.
Well, they actually created the state funded. I got into it with that Plot Thickens guy. I think about this a long time ago. Maybe it was the Lester guy. Anyway, about this a long time ago, where the German state funded the creation of a Bible that had the Old Testament removed, but also a bunch of passages in the New Testament that were considered too Judaic, also removed.
Wow.
So
it's the Bible, but it was just the New Testament.
Well, it was just the New Testament, but that's not in itself heretical. It was the removal of parts of things like the Sermon on the Mount that reference the Old Testament.
Right. Yeah.
And they funded that with a bunch of state money.
Yeah.
To produce that.
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm trying to find a specific tweet about some of this, but I can't seem to right now.
So what type of Christian are you? Are you a Catholic or are you Protestant?
I'm Protestant, so I'm Reformed. I'm a member of a Presbyterian church. I was raised Baptist, and so I'm not convinced of baptizing infants. I'm still a Credo Baptist, but I'm a member of a Presbyterian church in good standing. So,
are those evangelicals?
Yes, I would be considered an evangelical. Yes.
Well, hang on. What's your opinion of the Jews?
That's a really big question. I'm not a dispensationalist, so I don't believe that.
What's a hang on, this is big words, and I've had 4 beers already, so what's a dispensationalist?
Yeah, so it's pretty. It gets kind of into a lot, but for the sake of this discussion, it represents someone who believes that the nation of Israel today, like the genetic group of Jews that are alive today, are the continuance of the Old Testament nation of Israel with all of those blessings and preferential treatment by God. And there are evangelicals in the U.S. that do believe that.
That seems like a psyop to me.
It is in a sense that it's a relatively newer theological position, but it also has been rather strawmanned online. Like, for instance, most dispensationalists don't believe that all Jews are saved by just being Jewish. In fact, almost no dispensationalists believe that. It's more of an eschatological view, which has to do with like the end times. So their perspective would be that there will be a great revival among the Jews in the end times, and that support for the nation of Israel, they believe that that's found in Scripture, because they think that people that still exist today are the inheritors of those blessings. Did y'all see Ted Cruz talk about this? He went on. That's what he was talking about.
That was hilarious. Yeah, that was the Tucker Carlson Ted Cruz thing was absolutely hilarious.
He was expressing dispensationalism. What he expressed there was a pretty common dispensationalist view in the U.S.
The other day with the ceasefire deal, did have Trump saying it's been 3,000 years in the making. It's like, has the state of Israel been around for 3,000 years? Really?
Yeah. There's a lot of I believe in covenant theology, which runs against dispensationalism, and so I believe that the church is Israel. That's what I like. I think that the church today is
that's what originally was meant as, isn't it?
Yeah, but again, it's not. When you're talking end time stuff, when you're talking eschatology, there's always been throughout history many, many different views on how all this plays out, and how, who represents who, and things like this.
Are you in favor of trying to speed run the end times?
Accelerationism? Yeah. Well, I am, I guess, in the sense that if you believe the passage about Christ returning when all the people groups have known God, then I am in the sense that I want all the people groups to know about God.
Are you trying to breed a perfectly red cow?
Only if I could sell it for a whole bunch of money to some really gullible dispensationalists that would bring it to Israel, I guess.
Yeah.
So, do you believe Jews rule the world or not?
No, not really. No, I don't think so. I think that they are overrepresented. They don't think they have a controlling interest over most things.
Do you think they have a very powerful monopoly over American politics, though?
Monopoly? No. I think they have an outsized influence, but I don't think it's monopolistic.
Well, what do you think about the Jews? Are you like a massive anti-Semite or not? Like what's going on?
No, I don't. They're not believers. Like they're not Christians, so I don't share basic ethics with them. I don't use the term Judeo-Christian to talk about one central worldview. Although I do think that in some contexts that could maybe be used in a correct way.
But you do understand they hate Christians, though.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah. Which ones? I guess, right? I mean, are you talking like all ethnic Jews hate Christian? What do you mean?
Well, I don't know.
Definitely some that do.
I could find some videos if you want.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I mean, like
in Israel, especially the Hasidics. Yeah.
So Jews view Jesus as a heretic. He was born Jewish, then he actively was going against teachings of the rabbi and traditions, starting his own cult, doing his own thing, causing political divisions, etc.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, what's the quote from Ben Shapiro that like we think that he was a schismatic rabbi that screwed around with the Romans and got killed for his trouble. Like that's what they think.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not like a revelation to me though.
And isn't this right? I mean, this is totally correct. This makes sense. Do you disagree? What?
Do I disagree that that's who Jesus was? Yeah.
Well, what about the Council of Paris? Because I mean, I read E. Michael Jones, and he talked about this in length. He said, essentially, there was something called the Council of Paris. Basically, there was a Jew. He converted to Christianity, and he basically spilled the beans. And he said, "Look, guys, in the Talmud, it is written that Jesus is burning in hell in a pile of shit." And being punished, and etc. And so there occurred in medieval times. It was in like the 13th century, something called the Council of Paris, and they summoned all of these Jews and they had all of these Christians, and they had a massive debate about the writings of the Talmud, because all of a sudden the Christians of Europe realized, like, wow, like these Jews really hate really hate Jesus. So do you recognize that? Do you accept that? Do you accept that the Talmud says that Jesus is burning being boiled alive in a cauldron of shit?
But do you also accept that the Talmud is also like the rabbis' opinions? It's their personal writings. In Judaism, you're allowed to have an opinion. You're also allowed to disagree with the Talmud.
So there's a few things here. So I do actually believe, and I've changed my position on this more recently. I do believe that passage is an anti-Christian polemic against Christ. I do think that there are a bunch of sects in Judaism that deny that, and because the name Yeshua is super generic, they think it's referencing some other like very obscure thing. I don't think that's probably what was going on.
So I guess the question is, do you want to be like a bunch of 2015 SJWs? Oh no, they said mean things about someone that I respect. Fuck them. Like, do you want to rally behind and get triggered over some words of a rabbi who lived hundreds of years ago?
Well, I do think it's definitely something that should be seen for what it is, in the fact that Jews are not Christians and they reject Christianity. Jews being religious Jews, of course. But I do think that the Talmud is often viewed as just like the Jewish Bible, and that's not what it is. And you kind of did highlight that a second ago correctly, that they're not in some sort of position where they have to view the Talmud as infallible. And some rabbi writing a polemic against Christianity doesn't exactly mean there's some sort of grand conspiracy of people with Jewish genetics today to kill all Christians or something. That's kind of where it gets kooky. But I don't think Jews are like obviously Jews are not believers. They have a different moral view. Who was it in the U.S. that Dennis Prager that got into a bunch of heat in conservative circles for saying that pornography was not immoral recently, or like in the last 5-10 years? Yeah, because you have to remember, like, lust isn't explicitly condemned in that direct way as a sin in the Old Testament. Christ comes along and equates it with adultery. And if you reject the teachings of Christ, then all you're left with is things like Proverbs 5 and other passages that infer that lust can lead to bad situations, but not direct, like sinful, like not directly calling it equivalent to adultery, right? So there's some of that for sure. I think. Oh, go ahead.
I'd say it's like they're not a monolith. There's lots of different factions within Judaism. That's the thing. Like there's the bad ones, and then there's some who are fine. And
yeah. So there's people. One thing that I've thought about a lot. I mean, there's a couple at our church that's. I think that they were raised Jewish religiously, and they are Jewish ethnically, and they're believers now. And I would have a problem with anyone who would infer that I should treat them differently or worse in some way on the basis of their genetic background, especially because, according to my perspective as a Christian, like they're closer to me as brothers in Christ than I would say, like a white atheist would be. Frankly.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
So.
Oh, you're like the shield that they hide behind. Do you realize that you really are? They just hide behind you and they protect you whilst they destroy our civilization. Holy fucking shit! I mean, oh my god! I'm sorry, but I mean, don't you want to kick them out of America?
What all people with Jewish genetics or something?
Yes.
No, of course not. No.
Oh wow,
no, that's
okay.
ridiculous.
All right, okay.
Well, let's change the subject. We had this happen at the Vatican, which.
Oh wow! What the?
Drunk.
Someone went and this was just before their mass. Someone went up and started pissing on the most holy altar there.
Right, execute.
Yeah.
Execute.
I'm
Job
guessing
done. I wouldn't fucking do that. I'm not a Christian, but I wouldn't do that.
He looks kind of drunk.
I'm guessing I think he's a Muslim.
Yeah.
Oh, is he? I can't tell.
It's not a good picture, but I can. And I do love this guy. You can tell he's desperate not to get pissed
That
on.
looks like a white guy.
I
don't know. That looks like a pretty white dude.
Some of these Turks are.
Yeah,
he's a Turkish guy.
White. Yeah,
maybe. May just be a drunk dude.
He's just holding him like, oh, please don't piss on me. Can someone help?
Yeah, execute. Job done.
I'm guessing it's some Turk or something, and because the Pope, you see, he recently just put in a Muslim prayer room in the Vatican.
Oh my god! Oh my fucking god!
Did he really?
Yeah, because they have like Muslim scholars going there, and they said, "We want a prayer room," and he said,
"Oh
okay."
my god.
Vatican Library grants Muslim scholars a prayer room. Interesting.
Yeah.
I think from their perspective is they see it as like a conversion tactic. Like if they get comfortable coming over here, maybe they'll see our Catholicism's correct and they're wrong.
Yeah, that worked really well with China and capitalism.
Yeah.
Yeah,
apparently it was an existing room that they allowed them to use for prayer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a Catholic, but they got a lot of issues to figure out. Like, yeah.
Well, here's some good news. Albania is no longer a Muslim majority country. Muslim population drops below 50% for the first time in centuries. So Christians are having sex and they're making babies. Well done, Christianity. Good for you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Good for you. How many children do you have?
One.
One. Good job.
How many children do you have?
I don't have any. Like
he's got many.
I beat you by
women across the
100%.
world.
Yeah, they're in Thailand.
Well, yours wouldn't be Christian children anyway, though, right? Did you say you weren't?
Well, it's the mothers who have to do that.
I'm beefing you up here. I'm helping you. I'm like saying on Christianity. Like that's not an attack. What the hell? What the fuck, dude?
Trolling you.
Jesus. Well done, Christianity. Like Christians are having sex, Muslims are not because they're circumcised and so their penises don't work.
Muslims are okay.
Their penises don't. I'm sorry, but their penises don't work properly because they don't have a foreskin, so they can't have sex properly.
Yeah,
I forget that Muslims are circumcised. I forget that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Jews, the Muslims, and the Americans.
Jesus went to Medina, and Medina was a Jewish city, and then Muhammad went from having like 40 disciples to having many, which suggests to me that the Jews financed the Islamic Revolution. I can't prove it, but it just seems likely.
I did not run into anybody that cared about circumcision one way or the other until I met people that were uncircumcised, and then suddenly a lot of people.
Yeah, it's fucking horrific, mate.
Yeah,
it's
in
horrific.
Europe, is so weird.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying none of the American people like.
No, you all think it's so normal. Yeah.
Yes, because you had the chop because some Jewish doctor has mutilated you. All right. I'm sorry to be harsh. No, I'm saying it from a place of love. I'm trying to help you. Please do not circumcise your children. It's weird. Okay. If you have a son, don't fucking cut his dick up. Okay. He needs that foreskin so he can have a wank without using lube. All right, that's weird. Like using lube to have a wank is weird. All right.
I think we may need sort of an anatomy lesson on that one. I'm not sure. I don't think it works the way you think it works on that one.
Well, I don't know. Anyway, I mean the whole lube thing.
Let's get them out on stream and compare.
What? Oh my god! I mean, I'm just saying, like for us English people, like when I first started getting into internet culture, and you got these American guys talking about lube, and I was like, what are you talking about? What's that?
If it makes you feel any better, I think that is an uncommon thing among cut guys as well. To be honest, I don't think that's an uncut thing.
I don't know.
I've heard cut guys talk about how that's weird as well, like how you're like saying right now. So.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if I want to know, to be honest with you. But anyway, just like God gave you a foreskin, it's there to protect your sensitive parts. Like don't cut yourself. It's so it's weird. It's nasty. It damages the brain psychologically. Like I'm not trying to be an arsehole here. I know you're an American. I'm not trying to be a jerk, honestly.
You're not offending me. I'm just amazed that you want to keep going. keep
no,
going.
I do because
we need to save America.
America's an English colony, and I care about you because you're my colony. So I'm trying to help you.
When did Americans start doing it? Like, did British people
like in
do
the
it
60s,
years ago?
Jewish doctors they started
No,
mutilating.
it was before the 60s. I think it was like
it was way before the
60s.
Something.
The 20s or 30s.
Whatever the case,
it's about 100 years ago, but yeah.
American men used to be relaxed and they used to be masculine. Now, American men have a reputation for being angry.
It became widespread in 1870. I think that was the peak of American masculinity. That's like cowboys, man. All the cowboys.
Yeah, and they're all downhill from there, right?
No, that's
you're just talking about the cowboys. They were all cut, man.
No. Oh, that you're lying.
I don't know. I just googled when did U.S. start circumcising. It became widespread around 1870.
No. The internet is lying to you.
Maybe I don't know. I just listen to AI. Hey, Grok, tell me.
Yeah, Grok is lying to you.
Grok, help me. Oh wow, holy crap! I just scrolled down on this link.
Look. It says it began to be adopted as a medical procedure in 1870. Practice gave 30% in the 1930s to nearly 80% in the 1970s. So in the 1930s, it was still minority. 80% in the 1970s. So American men are very angry now. I'm not trying to be an asshole, right? But who else is angry? Muslims. Why are they angry? Because their dicks don't work properly. They can't have sex properly. They can't. I'm sorry. They're mutilated. Like it's a horrible thing to think about.
It is mutilation. You can't say it's not mutilation.
Yeah, you can't have sex properly. Like that part of that skin, that sense gets completely desensitized. because it doesn't have anything covering it. So you don't
maybe
enjoy
mine
sex.
is maybe mine was just done properly or very well because I don't have these problems. I don't know what to tell you, buddy.
Well, you don't know you don't know what you're missing. That's the
It's hard to imagine it could get that much better.
Oh, you have no idea, man.
Well, this is why it's a difficult conversation, because it's like you're offending a man's sexuality. Like I'm not trying to be rude or something. I'm just trying to say, please don't circumcise your son, okay?
I probably will. I probably am actually.
Oh,
yeah, I think I'm going to. Yeah.
No, don't. No, don't. No, please
Nah.
don't.
Yeah.
Please don't. No. I'm on team no.
Exactly.
Yeah,
From a
if he
woman's
wants-
perspective, Alien, have you ever had sex with do you know the difference?
Yes, uncut, much better.
There you
go. Boom.
Yeah.
Bush. Based
look,
of Alien. Well done. Best comment ever.
You should leave it up to your son. If he wants to get his penis chopped up in the future.
Well, he's not. I mean, he's gonna be like a day after he's born when I do it. It's not gonna be like it'll be right away.
He
He's
won't
not
be
gonna
able
be able to
to
tell me.
fuck properly. Okay,
don't
like
do that.
Why do you think? Why do you think the world's #1 sex symbol is James Bond? It's because he's got foreskin.
Yeah.
I'm just laying it down there.
Is there a database of celebrities and whether or not they're circumcised? That's an interesting question.
Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Like, obvious is obvious. Like, God gave you a foreskin. It's there for a reason. Don't chop off your foreskin. Don't cut out
It's
your
like the
appendix.
appendix. Yeah, they're about to say the appendix. You don't want to
Yeah.
get rid of it. Yeah.
No, don't get rid of the appendix.
Yeah.
Aren't the royal family, aren't all the boys all circumcised by some Jewish rabbi or something?
Yeah.
That's really weird, that, isn't it?
It is weird, yeah.
By a rab, really? By a rabbi?
Yeah.
Why? What's the deal with that? Are
I
you
know,
sure?
right?
Isn't this something you saw on poll? Is this real?
No, I think the royal family are all circumcised.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
but
they
by a
are.
rabbi? That's the poll part.
Yeah, I think it would be because it's just not a thing here.
Oh, like
Here,
they couldn't
look.
find a doctor to just do it, you mean?
Yeah,
Look, Bonnie Blue wouldn't bonk you if you don't have a foreskin. Okay,
That's
all
good. That's a plus.
That's all
for
I'm
my
gonna
son,
say.
actually.
Like Bonnie Blue, right, is now the leader of English white ethno-nationalism. She's basically stated she's got the bonk bus. She will not bonk foreigners. She's not going to do it.
Yeah, like if you like American hospitals, yeah, like you're saying, they just instantly take away a newborn child and chop his
Yeah.
penis off.
Yeah.
You know,
Now it's that?
yeah, it is that. It is basically the same thing. Whereas
They
if you-
ask you legally. They have to
Yeah, they
ask your
ask you.
permission.
Of course.
but in like a British hospital, if you said, "Can you go chop his
Sorry.
penis off now?" That would be a bit. We don't really have the facilities for that.
Yeah, probably right. Well, but then again, I don't know. Do you have enough Muslims now that's become?
See
a
this
thing?
No,
see this
that's
girl
all-
here? See this girl here? She wants a foreskin. That's all I'm saying.
The Muslim
that's
stuff
why-
is all done by
that's-
like their mosques.
So I have a funny story about this. So my what do they call sister-in-law? Well, she was pregnant at the same time as I was, but her kid was born like a month earlier. And this was a huge debate in our family. And like my mother-in-law, sister-in-law were like, "Oh no, your son will get bullied because you're not circumcising him. He's gonna get an infection." And I'm like, well, no one in Europe has infections like
Yeah.
more often than Americans. Actually, Americans have more.
You got
And
more, yeah.
anyways, who kid gets an infection? It's not my kid that gets an infection. It's her kid. And he nearly loses his wiener. He nearly dies.
Oh man.
Like terrible. But they admit,
Yeah.
you know what, Veronica,
What,
maybe
from
you're
the
right.
circumcision or like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
They
okay.
were now it wasn't like a botched situation, like it did heal and stuff, but yeah, the kid got an infection after circumcising because they used some dirty ass knife or something.
Healed into
You
some
got
deformed...
to understand, like this, like if you, this is an incredibly painful procedure. You're going to damage your
Mhm.
child's brain. Okay, this is a very traumatic thing. You're going to damage your child's brain, and that trauma is never going to heal. Imagine you're a little baby boy. boy, you come out of your mother's womb. You're just there. You're like, oh my god, what the fuck is going on? Right? And then some cunt comes along with a knife and starts chopping your dick up, and it really, really fucking hurts. And that's one of the first things you experience in life. That is traumatic. You're never going to overcome that, and you're going to be an angry person, which is why Americans are angry and why Muslims are angry.
Does it also correlate with being able to own homes? That if you're cut, you get to own a home, or is
whatever,
that...
mate? You're just you're dodging the truth now. You're dodging the reality. I'm not trying to be
Maybe it makes
mean.
us tougher. Maybe it makes us tougher. We're more resilient, actually, because the first thing that happens is we get circumcised.
Oh my!
You think about that?
Doesn't make you tougher.
No.
Whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger. That's a song, right? Some pop song, right?
Look, mate, I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I appreciate you're married, you've got a house. Well done. Congratulations.
All because I was circumcised, actually.
Please do not mutilate your son. That is a
We're trying
request.
to save him.
We want to I'm just want to protect your son. Do you have a son or do you have a daughter?
A daughter.
So the son's next.
I'm just saying that there have been cases where circumcisions have been botched and they ripped the whole dick off.
Yeah.
Like, geez, why would you risk that?
They're underplayed. They underplay it and pretend it doesn't happen.
Yeah, it does happen quite a bit.
Seems like that would be
like, why would you risk that?
What do you think the benefit of getting circumcised is?
Oh, I mean, just because you should do it because everybody's done it.
Oh no, those are just conform to the system.
Yeah,
Fuck.
exactly. No, that's exactly right.
You know what, everybody? You should play the Lemmings video where they're hopping off the cliff.
You wake up sheeple.
You know, everyone's doing it. Let's do it. You know, everyone's burning coal. It's the new thing. Let's all do it.
They did try pushing circumcision in Europe. It didn't catch on.
What is the benefit? Like, you say, like, tried pushing. What's the motivation for that? Don't give me the whole like it makes them not have kids or something.
Yeah.
Like
at first they were saying, oh well, it helps reduce infection. It doesn't.
Right.
That's crap.
Is that crap like according to poll? That's crap, or is that crap according to like?
It doesn't.
Has that consensus shifted?
It's like no, it generally doesn't. If you're in the slightest bit hygienic, there's no problem with it. It's like if you're some dirty sand person who never washes, then maybe.
I knew a guy who he's like a Wignat dude, and his wife convinced him to circumcise their kid, and it was because she worked in a nursing home and had different people that had it fused, like when they were old and not hygienic, and had like fused it back together and stuff, and that's what she used to. Well, you're right, but that's what she used to convince him, is like for elderly stuff. And I don't know. Again, I have no idea. That could be entirely crap. I have no clue. I just don't care enough to. I don't know. Like it's just not.
So those elderly folks would have had to not be cleaning themselves.
No, I know exactly, but that's like what happens when you get old.
They're basically in diapers.
Right.
This is like vegetable state elderly though.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's like, what is it? Like half of people in the U.S. get pretty seriously delusional before they die. Like, I mean, what percentage of people are getting what is it called?
I mean, I've never heard of that about that being
because we're outliving our brains, man. Like old people are wandering around there, you know.
Yeah, but I've never heard of that being a problem with old people having a foreskin.
Sorry, my wife just said something across the room.
I'm sick of talking about penises.
Yeah, I'm kind of tired of talking about this too. I gotta hop off in a minute. I gotta do some stuff, but this has been fun.
Yeah, you can come back on if you want some other time.
Right, hello. I just went for a wee. Before you go off, let's watch this video. Right.
Here we go.
אז אתה תשחק את ישו. הם יהיו יהודה אשכיות.
ואני ישו. אני רוצה שכולכם תהפכו לנוצרים ותאכלו חזיר וטבלרון ויהיה לכם כיף. אתם רוצים מצותים בבית?
בגלל זה אני אצלוב אותך. איך אתה מעז להטיף ליהודים התמימים?
אלוהים! למה זה?
What is this? Is this like some Israeli TV show?
טוב לי, אני מפחד. אני הלכתי על המים, אני הפכתי צרצרים לעוגה. לא! אני לא ישו. זאת טעות. אני משה רבנו. אל תתגעי במסמרים, טופי, לא!
זה רק אפקט, פחדן.
לא!
Anyway, look, we've seen that. Anyway, so this is what the Jews teach to their children. I mean, I got this from David Duke like 10 years ago. It's still floating around the internet. But
I've discovered more of the context behind that. Is it so? It's basically he wants to become a Christian so he can have pork and Toblerone.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's just. I mean, it's just. It seems like the Jews are just like terrified of Jewish people converting to Christianity, so they put these kind of things on Jewish TV in Israel. So this is what your Jewish friends think of you. I'm just, you know.
So that's why that's a hot woman. That's not an accident as well.
Of course not.
Yeah, they get a girl in a bikini, innit? You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like, yeah.
Right. Because I mean, you've shown this about 3 or 4 times. It's the first time I've got a context.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean...
He usually just and then ends the stream immediately without talking.
No, this is like the second time I've shown. It's not 3 or 4 times.
I think it's at least the 3rd time.
Well, we got our Christian friend on the show, not our guy. I just thought I'd try to educate him. Like, number 1, don't cut your penis up. Number 2, the Jews
are going to crucify him. Yeah.
There you go. All right, just trying to help. Okay.
Because you know what it is? They're jealous that you can eat pork and Toblerone. I need to know the context of the Toblerone. No.
I can't imagine that you would get pretty angry and jealous if you had to obey all the Old Testament
I know, right?
law. You know, I mean,
Is it that toffee is not kosher then?
I think a ton of stuff in Toblerone's not kosher, huh?
Yeah.
And then on top of it all, you see these handsome Englishmen with their foreskins. Oh, must be awful.
Just chomping down Toblerone.
Oh man!
Women want an uncut man with a
Toblerone. Yeah.
With a Toblerone.
Is Toblerone halal as well? Because if it's not, I'm getting loads of Toblerone. I'm going to eat that stuff in front of them.
Oh my god!
Is Toblerone halal? Yes.
Is it the
Toblerone is
crunchy
halal.
bits? Is it the crunchy bits? Maybe.
The factory that makes Toblerone has a halal certification.
Oh,
ruined!
I did it.
Is it kosher though?
I don't think so. Let me look it up.
They only pay
Yes,
for the
according to this, yes, Toblerone chocolate bars are
What the
certified
fuck is I want to
kosher.
eat pork and Toblerone a bit? What does a Toblerone a bit?
It's probably old. It's probably old.
Yeah,
and
it might have been an
probably
older
funny.
recipe. Probably an older recipe that maybe it had some pork ingredients in it.
You
or
feel like
something.
Toblerone tastes worse is because they had to kosher it. You know, they had to.
Yeah,
probably right. Could be.
Whatever.
What is this now? What are we watching?
We're just watching some dancing girls, basically.
Yeah.
That's it. This is background.
Oh,
it's
okay.
high culture.
High culture, trad European culture.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go. Or we could keep talking about the foreskins if you want. I mean, I don't
No,
know.
it's okay. I'm about to get off. I think I gotta leave. I do think
buddy.
it's definitely interesting. I've seen some videos of some like crazy, like nightclub culture stuff in the UK with these girls walking around in some like wild club outfits and like really bad makeup.
Does your wife know you're watching these videos?
No, like I see it on like TikTok and stuff. Like the
You mean
videos of people falling down and stuff.
Hey! Those videos are not for you. They're for the new incomers, and everyone knows it.
Oh my god!
But like, what's the deal over there? Do you guys? Is everybody just getting plastered all the time, or
No.
what's the drinking culture?
Not
like?
everyone's in ghost clubbing.
Okay. All right.
I haven't been clubbing in years. Yeah, but I'm old, so there you go.
I've never actually been to a club before. I hate loud music.
Yep.
I hate mainstream music. I hate body odor. I just don't want to be around things I hate. I'm just a hater.
Yeah.
You go to heavy metal concerts, don't you, or something?
Nope. No concerts for me.
I mean, if you don't like BO, you don't want to go to heavy metal concert, do you?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, mosh pit.
Yeah, no social events for me.
But what do you think of this event? Could you picture yourself dancing like these two girls?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So wholesome. I'd love to be there. I'd be so happy. It's my happy place. When someone says, "Can I picture my happy place?" This is it now.
Yeah.
This is it. Yeah.
Like this could be the Shire. This is what happens in the Shire.
Yeah, this is literally the Shire. Yeah.
Except they're all like 3 feet tall. Like they gotta be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay. She can sit on your knee quite easily. If she's only
Is the
10
average
foot
height of
tall.
America taller or shorter than the UK now?
I think you're about the same.
5'9". Yeah, I think we're probably.
I think
about
it's the same. Yeah.
I think the Zoomer generation's very tall, or is that just
average
me?
height? Yeah, men are 5'9", both in the UK and in Britain. So
The Dutch
and in
are,
US rather.
And then there's the Dutch who are just insane. I think the average man there is like 6'4" or something.
I am 6'4", IRL.
Oh,
yeah.
That's the only
Everybody's
reason you
short.
have a wife, then.
That's true, actually. That and being cut.
Oh, yeah, that the height overcame it. Is like, oh, I've got to wait, balance.
I
Yeah.
flew on Finnish Airlines one time, and I will tell you that it was excellent because there was so much room in the seats. Like there was so much leg room. I was really impressed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Average male height in average Netherlands male height is 6 feet tall.
Yeah.
Finland average height male
You see,
5'11".
But also the Dutch, they're not circumcised, because when you get circumcised, that takes 4 inches off your height.
Wow, I would have been 6'8". That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right.
Holy crap.
Yeah, shout out to patriotic. What's his name? Active Patriot.
I can't get used to it.
There you go, proper English girl telling him to piss off. I don't know, but he's feeding the homeless. Good job, Active Patriot. I just thought I'd give him a little shout out. Here he is on his bike.
What is he doing?
He's very famous in England. He just he's an active patriot. He goes out, he talks to people, he feeds the homeless. Like a lot of homeless people in England.
Cool.
Goes to like asylum centers. We used to talk about him a lot last year on the show, but yeah, good guy, solid working class guy.
Are your homeless people like all like insane lunatics, or is that more of an American thing?
No, all homeless people are just white.
Yeah.
All the brown people get a free house.
Listen, we have a lot of white homeless people that are just completely insane.
Yeah,
though.
we don't have the same zombie problem that you have.
Yeah, we
in,
get
like,
some
LA and
zombies.
stuff.
Yeah, we get some crazy people.
Yeah, but you'd be all right if you're white. You don't get a free house. I'll tell you that.
There's the other thing last
The
year was
reason
that
that
I was going to say we covered that guy who was kicked out and had to start camping, became homeless, was making videos about it.
What? How many ex military men? I mean, what's that video of all the asylum seekers in that Blackpool hotel, and then you had the vets homeless outside. If you remember that video, it's like Jesus, this country's crazy.
Yeah.
So during the colonial days, the Americas, North, South America, attracted the shallow end of the European gene pool. It was actually the mentally ill that were getting pushed out of Europe into colonies. They wanted them far, far away. And that's kind of why we have the zombie problem. These are the descendants.
Based.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Is that whose child is that? Is that your child, Avalian?
That's my child.
Oh, that's yours. Okay. Yeah.
She's
Right. Well,
screaming
here.
out
Do you want to hear some Arabic Christian chants?
Oh.
Is this?
I
is that
hate.
too
I
much?
hate. You can play it, but it's still Arabic.
ليقم الله ويتبدد جميع أعدائه ويهرب مبغضوه من أمام وجهه.
Oh man, I'm feeling it. I like it.
Oh, I'm not. It's still sand people noise. I can't take it.
It's got blue eyes. Do you know what I mean? It's Ryan Gosling. I bet he's got a foreskin. Oh, so I'm just going through my video. Should we watch Johnny Rotten? Let's see what Johnny Rotten's got to say. I've got no idea what he says. Johnny Rotten, bass Johnny Rotten. Here we go. Sex Pistols.
What do you make of the Islamic situation in England? Or someone like Tommy Robinson?
Poor old Tommy, he's misunderstood. He's a Luton supporter, so I've got doubts, right?
But do you think it's a genuine case of that he's misunderstood?
I think he should have every right to say what he says.
But do you not remember in your book in 1994 you made the great point that the middle class need to turn on the working class, and when the working class have no one else, they turn on the immigrants?
It is a class war. There's always been that in Blighty. And what we call middle class now are really spoiled, privileged. They live in areas where illegal immigration isn't an issue, and yet they insist that we conform to their political beliefs, which make no sense to working class people. And if we were to have a working class point of view, we're immediately labelled racists and or whatever. And that ain't the truth.
Good for you, Johnny Rotten. Well done, Sex Pistols. Yeah.
All right. I got to hop off. Thank y'all for having me. This has been fun.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, no, thanks for coming on the show. God bless you. And yeah, have a good Sunday, I suppose.
You too. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay. Oh, do you want to watch this? This is absolutely the most fucking cringe thing I've ever seen on the internet. Do you want to see this?
Oh, yeah, this was bad.
Have you seen it? Oh,
yeah.
I've not seen
it. You want
to... Like, literally, just... Anyway, I can't even say because it's illegal.
Go upstairs and play chess?
I'm so tired. Not tonight.
Okay.
It's just the phase of life we're in.
Honestly, when you say that, what I hear is that we're not going to play chess for 3 years.
Literally just strip you naked right then and there. Anyway.
I can live without it.
Great. That makes me feel really good.
Babe, don't take it personally.
I feel at a loss. I'm trying to be the best partner that I can be and take some of the mental load and give you space so that you can rest. And honestly, I would want to do that regardless of intimacy. But when you still say that you're tired, it starts to feel personal and I don't know what to do.
You've been feeling unwanted.
Yeah, I do.
I haven't been showing you how much you mean to me and that I'm still in love with you.
I appreciate that our priorities have shifted, and I would still love to get back to date nights and having more us time.
I can get on board. Thank you for being honest, and I'm really sorry I was so quick to dismiss it before. I love you, and I do want to work.
It's so cringe. I mean, because it's such a dishonest conversation, isn't it? It's like he wants to fuck, and she doesn't.
The real thing going on here is that he's been circumcised.
The other thing is, if you're going to do a dramatization, don't use lapel mics, use boom mics. Just do my head.
Oh my god! But it's just it's so cringe. It's so cringe. Wow.
She is getting fucked by some much better man on the side.
Probably a black man. I don't know. Probably rolling the coal.
No, an attractive uncircumcised English man with a Toblerone.
That's it.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. she saw the Toblerone, and that was it. That was It's. I just think it's very dishonest, isn't it? Like it's just like
it's so pathetic as well.
Yeah, it's like please.
And then like she's gonna go, oh okay, nah. She's just gonna divorce you at this point.
Yeah,
you're this pathetic.
Yeah,
she wants some barbarian. That's what she's around.
Yeah, who just doesn't take no for an answer. Basically,
she's around this. She's married this soy-infused like little, word I can't say on YouTube. And he's she wants an actual man.
Doesn't even have the balls to do it, and she's just look at the look on her face. She's just looking at him like, you don't even have the fucking balls, do you? You don't, you don't even have the balls. But I mean, anyway, like MI5, if you're listening, I'm not advocate, but marital rape is just that law needs to be cancelled. We need to cancel that law because men need to be able to take control of their women. Otherwise, the women will just hate them. Basically, there's just no such thing. If you agree to marry somebody, you have to dish out the goods.
I mean, it used to be if either the man or the woman wasn't having sex, that was grounds for getting the marriage annulled.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to do it, and you got to make children, and that's it. The river must flow. This is horrific. I was going to play this last week, and we skipped it.
Yep.
It goes on, and they're shoving her in the car, and you don't see it till right at the end. She manages to get out.
Yeah. This is Birmingham, isn't
it's
it?
very quick at the end, but here we go. She manages, like, somebody opens the door, she fucking runs. She's like, what the fuck is going on there?
I just, and the amount of people, just no one doing anything is really disheartening.
Standing there and watching it. If they were all white people, they would shut that down.
There was a couple of white people.
There was one white guy who got involved.
Yeah.
I think it's like this dude here.
The old guy. There was a young, behind him in the front. Yeah, there's a younger white guy who just did nothing. Like, you fucking coward.
He just walks up. He's like, hey, what's going on? Like, guys on the fucking, like, he's old, he's fat, he's got a walking stick.
But
he's like, hang on a minute, guys, what the fuck? This is what's going on.
He's just doing nothing. Yeah, just awful that.
This is just what is going on. It's insane, and people just don't realize it because they're not on Twitter, I guess, so they just don't see it.
You see, like, sometimes I'll be like Bradford police putting out like a missing person. It's some 15-year-old white girl. She's gone.
Yeah,
she's gone.
She's gone. This is another one, horrifying.
Yeah,
this is a bloke.
Yeah.
Like, what? Is that like, this should literally, like, because you got a video, this should be like mainstream news. Do you know what I mean? Bradford, a white dude thrown in the back of a van, driven off in daylight, caught on CCTV. What the fuck is going on here? Like, this is dark. This is insane.
Yep.
So, yeah.
And do we know who that guy was? I mean, is that appeared?
It's all stuff we covered last week.
He...
Evalian, what do you think of the goon situation? We talked about this. We talk about this every week, actually. Have you heard about the goon situation? Are you still there? Can you hear us?
Yeah, what is the goon situation? What are you referring?
Women's erotic fantasy. All the books.
Yeah, do you want to talk about? That's all my videos.
Yeah.
The women's erotic fiction.
Don't drag poor Evalian into it.
Can you hear us, Brutus?
Do you want to watch this video about sugar?
I don't read those books.
I can't hear any of you. You all died. I can't hear any of you.
He can't hear us.
Is my audio fucked up again?
Yes.
Is my audio
oh
fucked
dear,
up?
He can't hear us again.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ almighty.
It's funny at least to swear.
Right, so
Rest in peace.
The question.
So basically, he got kicked off the stream because he asked me a naughty question, and there was some divine intervention.
Yeah. No, but this is a thing we've talked about, and then other bigger people have sort of picked up since then about women's erotic fiction and the effect it's having on women. Like, have you heard the Morning Glory milking farm?
No, I haven't. I knew a girl. I used to be friends with a girl that read that shit. I don't read that shit.
Right, because it's...
My signal's about to get really weak for a second. One sec. I'll be right back.
Can you hear us, Brutus? No.
He's not with us then. He's recently swearing, trying to work out how to unmute himself. If you listen close to this chat, you might be able to hear him. Go on.
I really don't know what's going on there.
Can you hear us?
Yeah. It's all good.
Can you hear anything? Or was it
that is a StreamYard issue. That is not my computer. That is StreamYard, which switched it switched the output. I don't know why. So
is it getting disconnected on your computer? Like, is it a weak connection or something?
No.
Can you hear like a video? Is it just us?
I can hear the video.
Okay.
I'd blame your computer and Linux, but I'm one to talk. I've been forced onto Windows 11 and I've had nothing but problems since I've come off 10.
You've only just come off 10?
Yeah, I rode it to the limit all the way, and I was like, I perhaps should also have the security updates, and I ain't paying for them. You can pay for the security updates for 10 if you want. I ain't paying for nothing. So I thought, well, Windows 11's free. How bad can it be? Oh, God, I've had programs that refuse to load. I've had...
I'm back.
Here's Johnny.
Here's your country,
Oh,
Amelia.
yeah.
Canada. This is Canada before the Indians.
So
Yeah, beautiful.
Avelian was saying she doesn't go in for the women's erotic fiction, but she knew someone who did.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, because I started to ask the question. What the female goon problem is starting to emerge now. Women reading like Minotaur porn. I mean, do you know about this, Avelian?
No. I know that I see these books for sale, but someone must be buying them. They must be popular, right?
The really popular big new one is this woman, a serious feminist, who goes to get a job on a farm where she jacks up a minotaur to harvest its sperm for cosmetics, and then she falls in love with the minotaur.
Yeah,
and it is just a full big cow minotaur.
I love the way Asmongold put it. It's the ultimate woman's fantasy, doing sex acts for money.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shall we? Because we're getting the 4-hour mark. Shall we end with what's her name?
Keira Knightley.
Keira Knightley. Yeah.
She's a good girl, I think.
She's a good girl. Yeah.
I saw you're voicing Professor Umbridge in the new Harry Potter audiobooks. I was wondering, are you aware that some fans are calling for a boycott, given J.K. Rowling's ongoing campaign against trans people?
I was not aware of that. No. I'm very sorry. You know, I think we're all living in a period of time right now. We're all going to have to figure out how to live together, aren't we? And we've all got very different opinions. So I hope that we can all find respect.
She thinks so little of them.
So naive. So naive.
She could see it's just coming. She's just trying to hold in the laugh.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry.
Just laughs. Yeah.
No, I think
Yeah.
She's a good girl. Keira
I'm very
Knightley.
sorry.
Got married, had some kids.
You know, I think
Yeah. The response has not been so good. Did I get some of them? I think I found. Yeah, here it is. So,
in case people don't know what's going on, Keira Knightley, because I don't know if it says it in the video, but Keira Knightley is being she's doing the audiobook, Harry Potter audiobook. Yeah, she's being reinstated or whatever. She's doing another Harry Potter audiobook. So they're asking her about trannyism, and her response is like, "Lol."
Yeah,
basically.
Yeah, and just that dismissive laugh. If a woman ever laughs at you like that, you're just finished.
Yeah, you're finished. Yeah, it's like, yeah, like what?
But the Blue Sky response has they didn't take it so well. I've got some of them here. That fucking laugh. What the fuck? Oh, the fury inside me right now.
Yeah.
Fuck Keira Knightley. Fuck her into the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we all thought that.
Yeah. After seeing her reaction, I won't be surprised if she's a turf herself. Good heavens.
Yep. Here's Keira Knightley. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah. Yeah. This I had you distracted me.
I know.
This is so much worse.
Fucking her into the sun, Dario.
That's quite a midriff, isn't it? That's like yeah.
She's worked hard on that. Good girl. This is so much worse than I thought it would be. The laugh! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Wow, fuck that. What kind of cis-white privileged bullshit is that? Fuck off.
All I'm hearing is left-wing people want to have sex with Keira Knightley. That's all I'm hearing so far.
Yeah.
I think they should find a better outlet for it. I don't think it's going to happen for them.
Keira Knightley can get fucked. I will do as you command, sir. I think I'm being far more respectful to her than she is to trans people.
Yeah. She's married. I'm pretty sure she's married.
Probably.
Yeah, she married James Wrighton, who was in the band Klaxons. And I think she's got 2 kids, but I'm not sure. There you go. Yeah, she's married, dude. She got famous. She married a rock star. Now she's in her 40s and she's just chilling out. She's living the dream, and that's it.
Yep.
Well done, Keira Knightley. You won the lottery. She's definitely a millionaire. And now she's kind of like doing her was a famous film star, but not anymore, kind of milling around the place, doing a bit of this, bit of that. And that's her life now,
Did see that the tranny numbers are on the decline.
Yes, because they keep committing suicide.
But they're not. They're failing to replace themselves. So that's the problem. They're not converting any new people.
Yeah.
So the numbers are falling.
Such a good thing. Do you remember we went through a phase of, like, random people just becoming trans?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
it's like, I need some attention. I'm trans now.
Yeah. Do you know the worst for it? It's like YouTubers that might be losing some influence.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like that's happened to a few YouTubers I followed, and I was like, dude, why? Because this one who transitioned, he looked broken about it. Like,
you will. You cut your dick off, mate. Like, what the fuck? Yeah.
Yeah. And it's funny because they think they're so, like, J.K. Rowling becoming their #1 Satan of the trans community. It's funny because they just don't see how irrelevant they are, because they are constantly trying to cancel her and get her destroyed. But Harry Potter just continues to sell like hotcakes. Nobody gives a shit about them.
I think Harry Potter's like, I think there's some kind of like nostalgia for the old England, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think so too.
Well,
even if J.K.
aristocratic boarding school for
J.K. Rowling probably wouldn't admit it, but yeah, it's there.
Well, I mentioned it last week. Maybe she's what I would call a natural conservative.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, I'd call it just normal.
Yeah, well, I mean, there is that, but I mean, like, I think people don't understand what I mean by natural conservative. What I mean is people who would have been a conservative if they weren't.
If all the institutions hadn't been taken over by leftism.
Before the institutions rotted their brain, basically. I mean, like, you got to admit, it's really hard to come out as conservative. I mean, like, it's in a weird way, it's probably worse than coming out gay. Well, it is these days, but it's getting better. But you think 10 years ago.
Yeah. It's like if we're with like new people or people we don't know, like I've been in groups and like online and stuff and all over, and we're sort of more hesitant. We don't just jump in there with the hardcore stuff. Whereas they have no problem like talking about their murder fantasies of Elon Musk.
Yeah. They got nothing to lose. They've already basically committed suicide by castrating themselves. So at that point, it's like.
Here's a question: how come we don't push back on them, like the same way they would on us?
I have started doing that, and it's this usual response is, "Oh, just fuck you," and yeah, okay. And then I just
maybe we should stop caring and sort of. I mean, I realise I suppose it's very English to be kind of.
I feel like
very tolerant and everything, but they're not tolerant. They're anti-English.
Yeah. And I feel like if like you're in a group with others, I feel like we have the stronger position when they're like ranting about wanting to murder Elon Musk, and we can just go, "What is wrong with you?"
Yeah.
I think it's because I've hinted at the way I think. Like, for example, the whole COVID thing, and when we were down in lockdown, we used to do like quizzes and things online, sort of thing, just to kind of meet up in lieu of the pub, sort of thing. And I I just mentioned how scared I was of it and how I thought it would lead to this is an open door to future authoritarianism.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the members jumped down my throat like I was like a schizoid conspiracy theorist. And I was like,
did you see at the I think it was the Labour conference or something, someone was asked about digital ID and the pushback to it, and his response was, I thought we'd finished with all this whole civil rights stuff after COVID. So,
yeah.
Just saying, yeah. I thought COVID made you realize you have no rights anymore. Why do you,
yeah. Coming from the left wing are supposed to be all about rights.
Yeah.
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 Rights for thee, but not for me.
What do you think of this police officer's face? I mean, it's like, imagine being a police officer and sticking your tongue out like that.
She's not a stupid, sexy police officer. She's a stupid, ugly police officer.
But like what the fuck? This is like Kalima. Like, this is just like you're sticking your tongue out at a member of the public, and you're a British police officer. This is insane. This is a very, very weird facial expression. I don't think I've ever pulled this facial expression on anybody. Like, I do genuinely believe there's like a certain psychology that you have to have in your mind to make your face or your hands gesture in a certain way. Like, who does this? Sticks their tongue out like this. It's very weird.
I mean, I did when I was very young, and I was told that was rude, and I wanted to be edgy.
Yeah,
as a 5-year-old. Yeah.
Yeah.
We need to find some ex-police officers. You know how we've had past 49 on? I think we need some ex-police officers to talk about the state of the police force, because
I mean, I think we need to
it?
go even further back, really, though. You know, like, you compare like the Victorian standards of officers who all had to be like at least 6 foot, smartly dressed and everything.
Yeah.
But I don't think it was that long ago where similar standards were applied.
Yeah, probably not.
I think this is a very recent phenomenon. I think in the last, I want to say 15, maybe 20 years, but 15 certainly.
And it's weird because as an authoritarian regime, you should want your police to be scary and, you know, look good, because they're your shock troopers. So why is our current authoritarian regime just so incompetent that it's allowing it?
I think our authoritarian regime see us as weak themselves. You know, weak can control weak.
Yeah, I think it's just anarcho-capitalism, isn't it? Basically, it's just anarcho-tyranny. Sorry, it's just.
Anyways, guys, have a lovely evening. I'm gonna skedaddle. Bye-bye.
Bye. Shall we end on this? Because this is I thought this was quite interesting. Just to end on like a healthy point instead of like fucking degenerate shit. We'll end on this 4-hour mark.
Did you know that sugar, when you eat it, a donut, Pop-Tart, piece of bread, doesn't matter, Kool-Aid, Dr. Pepper, did you know that when you swallow sugar, they have known for 70 years that it goes inside your bone marrow and it suppresses within 45 minutes your body's ability to produce white blood cells that fight infections like bacteria, yeast, viruses, funguses, and parasites? Did you know that it literally shuts off your immune system and makes you more susceptible to all viruses, all infections? And did you know that they compared sugar to prednisone? Prednisone is a steroid. And do you know that its job is to suppress your immune system? In fact, it's called an immune system suppressant. Did you know that sugar suppresses your immune system more than prednisone does? So if you're trying to fight an infection, if you're worried about the bird flu in the future, and I find out you're eating donuts and Pop-Tarts and cereal in the morning.
Well, I don't know. I mean, he's got a point. It's certainly not an English diet. Like, we don't, like, sugar is not natural to England, is it? It's sugarcane juice is a very much a tropical thing. So there you go. That's what we're going to end the show on. Stay away from the sugar. I'm a sugar addict. I mean, I'm not. Like,
Yeah, same. It's about moderation, though.
I mean, we'd have to give up Togro, Lawrence else.
Oh yeah, then we wouldn't get any women.
Get the women, the American women.
I can imagine. I imagine if you went to a third world country as a white man with a Toblerone, that you're getting some action then, aren't you?
I mean, I think if you went to Africa, just about every black woman would want to have sex with you. So, I mean, I don't think that's going to be an issue. They'd be like, "Oh, you've got blue eyes and you're white. It's on."
And the Toblerone, wow,
And
the whole package,
and the foreskin.
Yeah.
I was around black people last night, and I got the vibe they
I'm
wanted
sorry.
to have sex with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it men?
Well, they probably did as well.
Yeah, they want to climb up the genetic ladder. I mean, that's it. Just is what it is, you know.
Yeah.
But naturally, when I walk into any room, I think everyone wants to have sex with me.
No, they
So,
do.
You know, that's not an unusual feeling for me.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. All right, okay, guys, I've run out of beer, so that's 4 hours and 9 minutes, and enjoyed that as always. Good fun. End of the week. Drink some beer, chit chat on the internet. Thank you, everybody, for turning up and listening. Alphabet Cat, Templar, UK of G Band NI, Bartholomew Musgrave, who's in the chat right now. He's in the Twitter chat, by the way. He's just been introduced. And who's this? Oswolf3142. Anyway, thank you, everybody, for watching. See you next week. Have a good week. Stay safe. Don't circumcise yourself. God bless. Good night.
At home.